Good night, everybody. I'm meteorologist Nicholas Herboso.
Or good morning. I'm Chief Meteorologist Jason Smith.
Yeah, so we're here going to give you a little live update on Francine, what is now a tropical storm, as it is rolling its way inland at this point and getting sheared to pieces, let me tell you. So, hello, I'm still talking over there. I've got the Facebook live stream pulled up right next to me so we can see comments, and we're excited to answer your questions. I see a few people tuning in already, and a couple of questions coming down the Facebook stream, so please ask your questions, and we're going to get right to it.
Yes, so this system made landfall as a 100-mile-per-hour Category 2 storm near Terrebonne Parish about 5 o'clock this evening. And it has weakened considerably. It's now a tropical storm, and we expect it to just crumble as it moves to the north up into Mississippi overnight tonight. And at its current time, it's 12:44. And so by the time we finish this update, we're likely going to get the 1 o'clock advisory from the National Hurricane Center. I expect a continuation of the reduction of the winds, because if you look at the map in the middle between me and Nicholas, you can see that there's that little symbol spinning, and then all the clouds are away from that symbol, and that's that shear we expected at landfall.
And it has really taken this thing apart. We saw the forecast models tear this thing apart, but not this much. I mean, the whole entire core has been ripped to shreds and now pushed over our area. It was funny, we were joking about it earlier. It was like, this thing is supposed to be moving north, but it kind of looks like it's not. It kind of looks like it's moving our way. That's because the whole mid-level and upper-level part of it got shaved off.
It did, and it's putting some heavier rain over in our area right now. We are noting some heavier downpours moving into Mobile, and with that, we've seen some wind gusts up to tropical storm force. And so we are also monitoring tide gauges, and so we're seeing rising tide levels as well. And I expect the coastal flooding element to this to peak tomorrow morning around 7 a.m., and there are likely going to be some roads that are flooded out in the typical flood-prone areas like the Causeway and also the Dolphin Island Causeway, Shell Belt Road, and the State Docks. And I think I just lowered our...
Yeah, I just lowered our... You saw my monitor went down? That was funny.
Anyway, so I got to be careful what buttons I push here. But anyway, I do expect some coastal flooding tomorrow morning. The tropical storm portion of this, as far as our impacts, is what we expected. That's happening right now.
Yeah, and it is going to be moving away from us. And taking a look now, the forecast track for Francine going to be continuing to weaken here as it moves to the north. Believe it or not, as it gets closer towards North Mississippi and gets into Arkansas, Tennessee, it is actually going to stall out and hang out for a little bit. We'll take a look.
I'm going to stop pressing buttons, I promise. I'll just keep my hands behind my back.
Hold on, let me pull it. Jason's over here pressing every... Okay, there we go.
Yep.
I think we're good now. We're going to be watching this thing stall out actually over Tennessee, and it's going to be an interesting satellite picture once it gets to that point. We'll look at some of those forecast models in a second. So I do want to take a look at the overall impact summary. Once again, we've been showing this pretty much all day here on Fox 10, and the summary has been there's a few things that are top of priority. Tornado risk, a tropical storm wind risk, a surge risk, and also a flooding risk, and also rip currents. Those are a few things that we're talking about.
Yeah, and so we're under a tornado watch, but so far we haven't seen any sign of any significant rotation in our area, so it's been a good situation for us. This is in effect through about daybreak tomorrow morning, so we will continue to watch for the possibility of tornadoes. That may be a little bit more likely to the east across the Florida Panhandle. The reason why we haven't seen anything yet is there's a stalled front out in the Gulf, and so we're on the cool side of that. But as we get warm sectored, we're also seeing the dry slot wrapping in on the backside of Francine, so it'll be interesting to see if we actually do see that tornado threat materializing. You see some big thunderstorms well offshore of Orange Beach and Gulf Shores right now.
Yeah, so I mean, you got the center of Francine moving way over there. We're talking about the dry slot. There's drier air that's moving in behind this. That's where I'm drawing the arrows right now. And we have this one main band that we're dealing with, and that's the main band. That is the Francine right now. That's the most of the punch with Francine at this point, and there seems to only be really, I mean, you can see this down here, there seems to only be one major thunderstorm that is associated with this band. It's way down there. It's producing lots of lightning though, which is interesting, and these will be tracking off to the north. We're going to be watching the Florida Panhandle later on this morning for the potential of these bands moving on shore and possibly some of the stronger thunderstorms associated with this band moving on shore. So that's something we're going to be watching there.
Yeah, and right now we're getting some moderate to heavy rain in Mobile, but once we get through this band, it may start breaking up some. So our heaviest wind and rain in Mobile is going on right now here at about 10 minutes until 1. And then, of course, we're going to look at some modeling here. This will gradually shift across Baldwin County. There'll be more rounds that come in around Pensacola and across the Florida Panhandle overnight. And with that, the winds are going to start shifting and becoming more southerly, and that's what could drive up our tide levels. We're already starting to see that on some of the gauges out there, but you're just switching back and forth with reflectivity and velocity. Reflectivity shows us rainfall, velocity shows us rotation, and there's just not any major rotation going on. And it kind of looks like this band that we're watching that's offshore that's really convective is kind of linear in nature, meaning it's kind of oriented north to south. So we'll see how that plays out. Once you start getting in the east and southeast quadrant, tornadoes are a little less likely than they are in the northeast quadrant of a tropical system as it's making landfall.
I'm going to tell you, looking at some of the comments there. So overall, to summarize, tornado threat is, Sophia, is Sib's going to get a tornado. Our tornado threat is very low right now. And I think the highest threat, as Jason just mentioned, would be in the far eastern half of our area as the bigger thunderstorms that you see here on radar that are over the Gulf right now start to come in. But right now, this is, I hate to say underperformed, but it struggled to get together.
And that's good. I mean, we don't want to see any more than what we already had. We got some gusty winds out there tonight. Winds up around 40 miles per hour with some gusts, possibly a little higher. Wind impacts are going to be really limited across our area.
And tell you what, actually in the last little bit, that yellow area is the tropical storm force winds. They have trimmed that back from what it was. Earlier, the bay was included. Now it looks like, and this is a product from National Weather Service, National Hurricane Center, Hurricane Threats and Impacts. Great product to use. It's really simple to look at. Anywhere in that yellow area, that tropical storm force sustained wind is possible, and you see they've even trimmed that back. So our Mississippi counties, part of Washington County, I will say the tropical storm gusts are definitely possible.
Yeah, we've seen that downtown at Brookley Field, which is right on the edge of the bay. The winds are out of the east, so kind of unimpeded to see the wind coming into that particular location. We've had winds at about 30 miles an hour with gusts of 40. It's not been as high at Mobile Regional Airport. You can see right now 21 miles an hour out of the east.
Yeah, that's the sustained wind. And I actually wanted to pull up, this is Mobile Regional and Mobile Downtown. 21 east at 21 and downtown east at 29. So nothing crazy. I'll mention there were a few comments about street flooding out there, because that might be happening with the heavier rain that we're seeing right now in Mobile. So that's a good point there. I wanted to take a look offshore here. 31 gusting to 38.
Still east at Orange Beach too. That buoy is about what, 15 miles south?
Yeah, 15 nautical miles.
So this Orange Beach buoy, we still got a due east wind. It has not shifted out of the south or east southeast yet. That's going to happen as the circulation moves onshore more. The streamline's showing that it should be a little bit more east southeast right now.
Yeah, that's. I'm wondering if that's a local effect from a thunderstorm or something. We'll go back to radar in a second. But so here's the winds across the area right now. Gulf Shores out of the east at 24. This is sustained winds right now. 22 out of the southeast in Pascagoula. 21 at Mobile Regional Airport. So these winds are not crazy. No, not at all. So it's going to be a breezy night. There's going to be some rain, but right now I'm not. The impacts have not been very significant. Wind gusts, they're getting up there slowly.
Yeah, we're looking at Dolphin Island right now. We've got a wind gust of 38 knots, so that's about 45 miles an hour or so, 44 miles an hour. It is a southeast wind at Dolphin Island, so we are getting some wind shift out there in some places. And as wind comes around more out of the south, that's what's going to start driving our tides up, along with the pull of the sun and the moon. It's a strong tide for tomorrow morning, according to the tide calendar.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting because I want to go ahead and pull up the forecast wind gusts. This is the National Weather Service wind gust. It's way overdone, but I think you can get the idea of when the peak is. It's in the morning, right around 4 a.m. there is when we get our strongest wind gusts. And then notice through the day on Thursday, it pulls back. Wind gusts to 20 at 6 p.m. on Thursday might even be a bit much, according to this forecast. I think I have a different forecast model pulled in here.
I expect it to be a breezy day tomorrow, but I don't expect it to be a situation where we're having horrific winds. But you'll definitely notice something's up when you wake up tomorrow.
Yeah, and they've issued a wind advisory for a good chunk of our counties tomorrow, just to account for that. Here's the timing. This is a better model. I think this is a more realistic interpretation, and I think it's more realistic because you can kind of tell where that band is on it, because you see, and I'll I'll point it out on the map. There's this area of the darker colors here where the stronger winds are. That's associated with that band of thunderstorms that's moving through with Francine that we saw on the radar. So behind that, you might have some periods of weaker gusts. Then you might have some periods where gusts push 40 miles per hour, push tropical storm force. 6 a.m., things are starting to wind down. And I think through the day on Thursday, things wind down. And I'll be honest, probably we get to see some periods of sunny skies there. Look at the wind direction, though, on Thursday, out of the south, and then getting out of the south and west. And that is going to be pushing water on shore. Here's that storm surge forecast. And you can see the peak surge in our area would be around 2 to 4 feet. So coastal flooding, as we mentioned earlier, in the typical spots will be possible there.
Yeah, and right now, Waveland Yacht Club showing tides running about 3 feet above normal on the Mississippi coast. And so it's possible that places like Bala Battery and Alabama Port will see tides in that range too. Dolphin Island, I'm thinking a little closer to 2 to 3 feet, but we could be up into that 3+ feet in the bayou. We've got to watch around the mouth of Dog River, the normal flood-prone areas with the possibility of some storm surge. It will be lower across the Panhandle, but we'll still see above average tides in the morning.
Yeah, and I'll also mention that the surf is going to be rough at the beaches too there. And we've actually yes, and we've already seen some beach erosion. I've seen some comments about that. We have a coastal flood warning that's been issued. A significant coastal flooding. When we say that, the causeway is going to flood, and I think that's going to be larger impact there. This is a pretty detailed map. I'll take this full screen for us so we can actually see it. This is a very detailed map to show what potential storm surge could be. It's not perfect, but it gives you an idea of certain places that could flood. Let's go kind of near Pascagoula in South Mobile County, where you can see your typical places, your low-lying places will be the places that do flood. South Mobile County. It doesn't show this. West End, Dolphin Island.
Right. The water's coming over on the west end. I mean, there's no question about it, with the surf being so rough. That it's a wind-driven tide. I also want to tell you that we've got the new advisory down, the 1 a.m. advisory on Francine. It is a 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm now. So as we were saying, as Nicholas was telling you, it's getting sheared apart. 50-mile-per-hour system. It's moving northeast at 14, pressure up to 988. So this thing is basically falling apart. But we still are going to see significant impacts overnight tonight with rising water levels on the coast. And then, of course, we've got to watch these thunderstorms for the possibility of tornadic development.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll be watching this. I think one of the biggest impacts, of course, will be the causeway flooding, because that will be likely during peak tide, peak rush hour time on Thursday morning. People are going to be trying to get out. So causeway is probably not going to be an option tomorrow morning. Just keep that in mind. Might even see a little bit of coastal flooding on the eastern shore there in the very typical low-lying spots. So here's the big picture right now. We just got that new advisory once again. So what was it? Winds 50 miles per hour now. This storm is definitely coming down. Look at the radar loop over the past hour or so. The core
is gone.
I mean, completely gone.
Wow.
We saw that on satellite too. Right now, the main thing is that larger band. So what you need to expect overnight, periods of heavy rain, definitely. We actually, shockingly, still have this flood watch. I mean, we've been dry, and rainfall totals, we're not expecting them to be that high.
Yeah, it takes more rain this time of the year. I mean, the trees and all are drawing the moisture out of the ground, so the ground is not saturated. The evaporation rate's pretty high. There are some flood warnings to our west, but in our area, I think it's going to be a smaller rainfall situation.
Yeah, I did want to show this. I pulled this in. This is some of the rainfall totals in Louisiana, and you look at places like Kenner, where you're pushing 9 inches, and you go even further to the west, almost 10 over Lake Pontchartrain there. Near Mandeville, around 7.5 to 8 inches. So they got all the rain. That was near the core of the storm. Look at us. We haven't even hit an inch.
We haven't hit an inch. Maybe this band will do it moving across Mobile Regional Airport right now. So we may end up with just like a 2-inch rainfall total, something like that. And, you know, we can handle that. So the main issues, the reason why the water level is going to be rising near the coast is coastal flooding because of tide and wind. It is not really related at all to the amount of rainfall we're seeing.
All right, so let's, as I was about to get into for a second, it was, what are we expecting overnight? You see this forecast model gets lively with that big band that we were showing on radar earlier. So around 4, 5, 6 a.m., we'll be watching in the Panhandle, see if those thunderstorms get active. But notice how quickly on Thursday things clear out. I mean, we could see sunshine.
Definitely, we are getting that dry slot. That's 7 a.m. and so we might see some sunshine along with really breezy conditions and higher than normal tides. And we go through the day, that boundary is going to keep shifting over into Walton County. So I really don't see a ton of rain during the day tomorrow. What we're going to deal with, the main brunt of this is going to be tonight from a rainfall perspective and any kind of severe weather possibilities. Then tomorrow we'll start to see clearing. The Panhandle, we still may have some active weather. Of course, Nicholas is planning on being here through the morning show tomorrow. That
Yes.
may be interesting just to tune in to watch to see how well he's holding up. Meteorologist Matt Barentine will be here too, and he should be rested and ready.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. We've been running at full gear. I mean, full gear over the past few days.
I mean, that's what we do. You know, anytime there's a tropical system, we know it's a big deal for everybody, and we're passionate about it. So it's going to be some extra hours, but we like doing it, and that, you know, we can be here. So if we get a tornado warning, you'll have somebody you can tune in. You know, we're going to be on air with any information that's important.
So some of the comments, and I'm running through these futurecast models. There's a couple different versions of it. The HRRR was a little slow. I was kind of surprised by that. But running through these, you can see on Thursday everything's fine. To address a couple of the comments, Leakesville, Mississippi, you're going to get some breezy conditions, especially over the next little bit here. This is our graph model. You're closer towards that center of the storm. All of our Mississippi counties closer to the center of the storm, so it will be breezy overnight. You might have some sprinkles, some periods of rain. I think that's about it.
Right, yeah, we got a pretty good little shower down around Lucedale right now. It's coming up 63. That might bring some gustier winds to Leakesville, but you're also further inland, which will mitigate the wind potential.
Yes, for Mobile, rain and wind. That's the story. In fact, some of the heaviest rain occurring right now.
Yeah.
We'll see over the next few hours as the winds peak. I think in the morning we could get some more gusty conditions just as the pressure gradient gets tighter and things keep going. But otherwise, things will be clearing rather quickly on Thursday. A place like Pensacola, by Thursday afternoon, you have the chance of seeing partly sunny skies, maybe even mostly sunny skies at that point. I think we end the day Thursday rather nice, breezy, quiet, kind of almost, dare I say, pleasant on Thursday.
Yeah, and Friday looks good. You know, they're getting into the weekend. We're going to recover from this very quickly. Not that I'm expecting a lot of damage, but I mean, the weather conditions are going to improve rapidly, and we'll start to see things calming down. And maybe by Saturday, the Gulf may calm down a little bit.
Yeah. You notice in this model, there's still a lot of spin there. I mentioned the system stalls out. This forecast model tries to bring the remnant spin of this thing over, which would just mean same thing. We'd have a few clouds around, a couple showers, and that's about it.
Right.
Now, I want to go back to radar one more time before we wrap this thing up. Here's what's going on right now. And ask your questions in the comments here. Let me double check the YouTube comments as well, make sure. Let's see. I think we're good here. So Fort Morgan. Fort Morgan might be interesting. You're getting rough surf out there. It's
definitely
raining right now.
Yeah, we're getting some rain moving in across the it looks like far out on the tip, maybe not quite as bad, but we're definitely looking at some downpours. Yeah, we're definitely getting some downpours there and all the way to Little Lagoon. So stormy night, no doubt about it. And wind's shifted out of the southeast down at Fort Morgan now.
Okay, so, and I was going to say, we during the newscast, we even had a little bit of lightning. So don't be surprised if you hear some thunder overnight. Checking in on a couple other areas, Gulf Shores, Orange Beach, you're getting some of the heavy rain. None of these things are spinning right now. So it's just the rain, just the wind at this moment. A similar story for Fairhope and Daphne. In the morning, once you get towards Daphne, Spanish Fort, right on the eastern shore, we'll keep an eye out for any coastal flooding issues, especially, of course, when we get to the causeway. I think the causeway tomorrow morning might have some issues. We've said that about 1,000 times.
I would be surprised. I would be almost shocked if we didn't have water across the causeway.
So, and of course, Aldot, we've been talking about it all day. Aldot is prepared for that. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, Bila Battery is a solid 1 foot above normal of the normal high tide, and it's climbing rapidly. I think we're heading to about 3 feet above normal in Bila Battery before it's all said and done.
So definitely coastal. I'll take the radar down there.
Shell Belt Road, you know, the usual spots, the state docks, Marshall's Marine area, likely going to see a pretty significant tide tomorrow morning.
And I mean, as you've been saying this all day, it is because that we are already having a stronger tide on top of the onshore flow that we're already getting.
Right, yeah, tides are not always at a certain level high and low. Sometimes there's very little difference between the high and low tide. That's what we call a neap tide. And then sometimes we have a really strong tide range. And when we get close to the spring and autumnal equinoxes, we normally have stronger tides, and we're in that range right now. And so peak tide tomorrow morning is already astronomically high, and then we're going to add storm surge on top of that.
Tornado watch for Baldwin County. Yes, that does continue, but right now nothing is spitting. So just keep the phones on just in case, but I'm really not seeing much at this moment.
No, that's good.
This is a go to sleep with the phone on.
Right.
I was talking, this is sleeping weather.
Right.
This really is kind of sleeping weather. It's not bad at all. You just have to have that phone on. Make sure you can get an alert if something does pop up, if something is out there. I saw another comment that I wanted to.
And most of the tornadoes that form around a tropical system are EF0s and EF1s. They're not usually super strong tornadoes, and they can be very brief. They can spin up very quickly, they can move very quickly, but they're not normally just devastating tornadoes like you see in central and northern Alabama or in our area in the spring season.
This is interesting. Power is out by the Wilcox exit. Even if it's gusty, and whenever we get 35 mile per hour gusts, occasionally I feel like that's always a possibility. So I wouldn't be, like I think we said this earlier, I would not be surprised if we have a couple power outages. I don't think they'll last long. This is not something where it gets to the tropical storm strength and the winds are too strong for power crews to go out. This is not that bad.
Yeah, and there's no lightning, so it might be helpful for those that do have isolated power outages for them to get the power back on if we see that.
So once again, to kind of review, coastal Mississippi, southern Mobile County, Causeway, Dauphin Island, our concern right now and heading into the morning is the coastal flooding issue. We're already seeing tide gauges registering higher and higher by the minute. And this will continue as we keep on with the onshore flow. Eastern shore, the low-lying areas, like if you go down to the municipal pier, on the beach, the water might be up a little bit. Waves might be crashing tomorrow morning. It might be cool tomorrow morning to head down to the pier. But otherwise, I don't think we have any issues for school. The question, how much longer till it's over? By the time we get towards the morning hours, and I mean later morning hours on Thursday, it is wrapping up for places like Mobile. We're starting to see sunshine come out. It'll still be breezy. Pensacola, Fort Walton Beach, Destin, Navarre, it's going to take a little longer, but then it'll just be working out there, checking on how things are going.
Yeah, I have a little property down on the coastline, and there's water up in the yard.
Oh, there is definitely.
So that's going to be not far away from the Grand Bay Reserve area by La Battery.
So we're definitely seeing the coastal flooding happening now. So if you're right on the coast, you would already know that it would be happening, but of course, places right there. A couple other reminders with that coastal flooding tomorrow and over the next few days. We have that rough surf, high risk of rip currents. There's no need to get in the water. We had some issues with that today. I think the National Weather Service was kind of tweeting out on social media and putting it out on social media like, you cannot be in the water. You cannot be in the water. That's something that we pushed really hard.
Yeah, and a lot of folks were trying to go out and do some surfing today. It was really messy. There will be better surfing opportunities once this thing kind of passes, and then you just have real better wave periods and a better swell.
Yeah.
But for just swimming, no, not until probably Saturday.
Yeah, no,
and then maybe not then.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take a little time because especially if the low lingers around. Flooding. Yeah. A couple inches of rain, not too worried. We'll see if any of these happen to stick over the same area for a long time. Wind, as I mentioned, gusty conditions mostly in the western half of our area, peaking in the pre-dawn hours and then starting to fade through the day on Thursday. Sunshine comes out on Thursday. I'm trying to think if there's any other impacts. This is a tropical storm, guys.
Yeah, a hurricane hit Louisiana, but it's a tropical storm here. We're going to keep an eye on it overnight here on Fox 10 News. If we see anything that looks tornadic, we'll break in and let you know. And you can tune in for our morning show tomorrow morning for a full update. And I think you'll see just how high the tide is in some places with our live reports.
Yes, we got plenty of live coverage coming your way. We thank you for joining us. Hey, we'll keep an eye out on the social media channels for any questions. But for now, we're going to just take a break, and we'll keep an eye on things here at Fox 10.
Have a great night.
Francine barreling into southern Louisiana as a powerful Category 2 storm.
You're looking live at video from storm chasers in Cocodrie, Louisiana, which is in the Terrebonne Parish area.
You can see the strong storm surge rushing over the roadways as Francine passed through.
And the impacts of the storm still being felt at this hour.
Good morning, and thanks so much for choosing Good Day Gulf Coast Fox 10 News on this Thursday morning. Today is September the 12th. I'm Sarah Wall.
And I'm Eric Reynolds. Good Thursday morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us here on Good Day Gulf Coast.
We are continuing to bring you team coverage of Francine's impacts along our Gulf Coast.
Meteorologists Matt Barentine and Nicholas Raboso are both standing by this morning in the Storm Tracker Center with the latest on Francine.
So we're going to start with Matt. And Matt, we are wondering if things are beginning to move out. Are things going to clear out for us today?
Yeah, we're in a whole new world here this morning because dry air has wrapped into this system and it started to kind of blow it apart. It's still going to spread a lot of rain. In fact, we've still got some very heavy rain going in the panhandle right now, but we're seeing lighter rain across the rest of the area. You can see all the dry air that is wrapped into this. There's just less rain to be had here for us here this morning, but we still have some bands wrapping on through here. And of course, we still have this very heavy band that's going through the panhandle right now. You can see over around Fort Walton Beach, over around Navarre. We are getting some pretty good rains here falling here for you this morning as this is rapidly pulling off to the north. Up at here in around Monroeville, Evergreen, you're getting some pretty steady rain as well with some gusty conditions. In and around Mobile County, we do have a small band that is about to work its way through and some spotty showers in Baldwin County here at the moment. So we still have some rain left over with this, but things are going to rapidly improve as the day goes along. Winds of 45 miles an hour now, so it is a minimal tropical storm. It's still moving to the northeast at a pretty good clip. And you can see the satellite imagery of it. It just looks blown apart. That's because of the dry air that is wrapped into the system. You can really see it very well on the water vapor loop. It's this dry air that is just tearing this storm apart. So that is good news. We want it to be torn apart, and we're going to actually end up having a nice day. Once we get rid of some of these morning rain showers, we'll have some clearing conditions and course, breezes out there throughout the day. It'll continue to stay windy all day long, and we'll actually see some pretty nice conditions here as we get later on into the day in your Thursday. So it'll actually be a nice day to get out and about by this afternoon for sure. Wind speeds will be going on down. You can see these wind gusts over 30 miles an hour dropping to 20 something miles an hour, and then eventually dropping off completely as we head later on into the day. I'm meteorologist Matt Barentine. Meteorologist Nicholas Herboso has also been here with us all night long, keeping track of all the different developments here with the storm. Nick, what we got going for the rest of the day here?
Well, we are going to be seeing improvements, as you mentioned. I want to remind you that you can see your hourly forecast on the Fox 10 weather app. If you've noticed on the Fox 10 weather app, we have highlighted all the way until 6 a.m. Believe it or not, we have kept around this tornado watch that has been issued. It's technically still 6 a.m. or till 6 a.m. So it's still going to be around. However, we haven't seen really any issues at this point. So that's why we're not really talking about it that much. But we'll keep an eye on things, of course, as we go over the next few hours. You'll notice that we'll start to see some sunshine as we were mentioning. Winds will slowly start to diminish as we go. One thing that will also start to improve as we go through the day is our coastal flooding situation. I think that's going to be a focus for us this morning. We've already seen issues near the causeway. We've already seen some small closures on the causeway. In fact, take a look at this. Look at how high the water is right now. Parts of the causeway are closed. I should clarify the ramps that get you down to the causeway, and if you're wanting to get onto the causeway from the Bankhead Tunnel, that is also closed. So if you're coming out of the Bankhead Tunnel to head towards the eastern shore, you have to take I-10. ALDOT is prepared for this thing because you can see the waves are already starting to get up there. We are approaching high tide, and we're not at high tide yet. High tide comes at around 6:30 this morning, so that's why we're talking about this. So we have the coastal flood warning on the app. We have the latest update here from our overnight talks with Jason and myself. That is on the app. I'm about to put a new one out here. I'm about to get some traffic information on the Fox 10 weather app as well. But for now, if you do want any traffic information, you can head to the Fox 10 News app. And here you can see on our traffic tracker, the details on that are two closures that are right there at the ramps of course, the causeway ramps right near exit 30 on the Interstate 10 Bayway closed because we will eventually start seeing water over the causeway. It's going to be a big story this morning as we continue to track what is now kind of left of Francine. Sarah?
Nicholas, thank you. And at 4:35, we are seeing more damage from the storm from Francine.
Let's start in Louisiana this morning. Take a look now at this video. This is from Houma, which is southwest of New Orleans.
It shows the power of Francine's winds. The storm tore through a metal building. Inside their building, there used to be a business. It also knocked down a brick wall.
Our sister station in New Orleans, WVUE, talked to the owner here, and here's what he had to say.
My alarm company called me and they told me like 8 sensors went off in the ceiling at one time. So I kind of figured if it happened one time that the roof probably went. It's a 30,000 square foot building, a lot of roof, you know, and I felt like, you know, sometimes the smaller storms do the worst damage.
According to the owner, the building survived Hurricane Ida 3 years ago.
And it wasn't just the winds causing problems in Louisiana. Now, this is video from North Kenner, just near New Orleans there. You can see streets here. They're flooded and looking more like rivers.
And more video of the flooding. This is University City in the Kenner area. A reporter in New Orleans saying a canal overflowed and the water made its way into homes and cars. Francine's wrath also felt in Biloxi. This is video from a small craft harbor. You can see the wind blowing sheets of rain across the waters. And take a look at this. Francine's strong winds knocking down this massive tree in Biloxi. This is near Keesler Air Force Base, and it looks like it came down over the road as well as on top of a car and very near, maybe even on top of that house there. Looks like crews are on the scene already, though. As the weather improves, crews will be out to try to get things cleaned up.
Also this morning here in our area, the impacts from Francine felt on Dauphin Island. On again, off again, light rain, gusty winds, and the rough surf throughout the day. The massive winds slamming into Dauphin Island's west end had not only attracted some local surfers there, but out-of-towners also taking advantage.
To get out there and I'm going to try and catch a couple. I'm going to try and maybe they're not really barreling, so where it rolls over, but I might get a couple good ones, you know, have some fun.
It very is impressive.
Yeah, they're pretty
We
good
haven't
waves.
seen this kind of wave since we got here. We got here, what, 4 days ago?
Yeah.
We haven't seen anything like this, so it's very exciting.
Coastal water conditions will likely remain rough throughout the day.
We have an update on school closings in our area due to the impacts from Francine. Chickasaw City schools will be closed today. Mobile County Public Schools will also be closed today. Saraland City Schools and Baldwin County Public Schools will be open today. Clark County Schools will be open today, along with Escambia County, Alabama schools. And Catholic schools in Mobile and Baldwin counties will be open as scheduled today. You can find a list of closings on our website at fox10tv.com. You'll see an orange banner at the top of the website. You can click that and the list will appear.
And if you haven't already, now would be a good time to download our Fox 10 News weather app. It's in the Apple app and Google Play stores. Sign up for weather alerts, check out our video forecast and live radar as well. Now, you can customize notifications by clicking on the menu bar, choosing settings, and then swiping on Fox 10 alerts. It is your best tool to keep up with our ever-changing weather in the Fox 10 News viewing area.
It is now 4:39 on this Thursday morning. We thank you for joining us here on Good Day Gulf Coast as we continue to track Francine. Francine moving out of our area this morning. Here's a live look in downtown Mobile. Right now, no, not a lot in the way of raindrops or things in this area on our cameras. But again, we are continuing to monitor as the storm is making its way out of the area, leaving behind some damage and flooding and affecting schools today. We'll continue to keep you updated on all of that information throughout the morning. It is 4:39.
Our time now 4:42, and we're seeing more of Francine's wrath along the Gulf Coast. Take a look here. Video taken from the cameras at Coco Marina show the gusty winds and floodwaters in Chauvin, Louisiana, as the Hurricane Francine there made landfall nearby. The videos were taken around Wednesday evening, and they show the floodwaters in the marina as the wind continues to gust through the area. A picnic table in one of the videos can be seen there nearly completely submerged, which the owners of the marina say that is at least 3 feet tall.
Pensacola Beach may not have taken a direct hit from Francine, but impacts from the storm could be felt for several hundred miles. With red flags flying for most of the day, some swimmers had mixed feelings about trying their luck in the Gulf. But soon, after Francine made landfall in Louisiana, lifeguards did make the switch to double red flags and started telling people to get out of the water. As a reminder, as long as double red flags are flying, it means the water is closed to swimmers. Surfers are allowed in the water in Pensacola Beach, though, as long as they are tethered to their board.
Our time now 4:43. We're going to check in again with meteorologist Matt Barentine. And Matt, we were concerned about a lot of rainfall, but things right now getting better, right?
Yeah, this storm is being ripped apart by dry air that is being wrapped into it. So that has sort of blown it to pieces. It's still got some pretty good rains in the panhandle, as we'll see in a second, but it is struggling at this point. Winds of 45 miles an hour, movement to the northeast at 12 miles an hour. Here's that water vapor loop. I wanted to show you this dry air. You can very clearly see it getting pulled into the system and pulled into our area. Once that dry air gets pulled in, and cut off the waterworks for the most part. We're going to only have a small chance of some spotty showers. You're going to really see how broken up it is now across our area. You can still see the center of circulation, still a lot of heavy rain near that over in Mississippi. And we've also got this one. This is the last big band that we've got going through over here in the Panhandle. Once we get this thing out of here, we're only going to have some spotty showers in and after that. So this is the heaviest of the stuff right now. It's over in Fort Walton Beach and near Navarre, and you can see that heavy rain, that squall here with some breezy conditions right along the beaches over here on Santa Rosa Island. So they're getting it here for now. But like I said, this won't last too much longer. And then all that's left is spotty showers like these that we have in and around Mobile. Now, we do have some around Mobile. See some light rain falling here at the station at McGowan Park. Also up here around Magnolia Grove, you're getting some rain. Up here on Highway 45, Citronelle, you're getting that part of that band. And then that band continues up into Greene County, Mississippi. Here is the future cast. Let's go ahead and get this in motion. See when this last band pulls out, then look what happens. Later on this morning, we're dried out. You know, a spotty shower too is going to be possible through the rest of the day, but it's pretty quiet compared to what it could be. So not really a bad situation for us. We're looking at improving conditions here throughout the day. I'm meteorologist Matt Barrington. I'm alongside meteorologist Nicholas Herboso. Been doing tag team weather all the way with this system. And Nick's got some updates on some other issues that we're dealing with Francine. Nick?
Yes, I just want to go over some of the impacts that we've been talking about and advertising with this storm and what that means for us here. So let's take a look at Max 2 and see what's going on. I have the water vapor imagery pulled up if we can get to that. And the big story for us is the fact that this thing has been taken to pieces by the dry air that has been in place. You can see that dry air behind me. So what that has done is significantly reduced our rain threat. However, the wind threat is still definitely there. So with the winds going onshore, we have some coastal flooding issues that are expected. Coastal flooding has been the thing that we've been advertising that would be the peak in the morning, and that's exactly what's happening. In fact, we've seen some closures to parts of the causeway because of minor coastal flooding that is probably going to become more significant later on. So we have a coastal flood warning that has been issued until 1 p.m. for our counties that are in the Panhandle. We have a coastal flood advisory. Not expecting as much coastal flooding there, but it's going to be very possible. It's something to keep in mind. If you have to be into the causeway, don't worry about it today. I also want to mention that dry air kick the rain out of this system. Our flood watch has been removed for our area. In fact, you can see the Mobile market has just been taken out of it because we're too dry right now. We just have not seen the rain. So this has been a good thing for us. Our impacts are definitely going down at this point as the storm continues to weaken. And Matt, it does look like our conditions will be improving. over the next few days.
Yeah, probably going to have to drop some of these rain chances that we have for today because it is looking a lot better. We're seeing that dry air wrap on in there, so that is really good news. We'd like to see that thing fall apart. And that's going to leave us with really nice weather coming up for Friday and then Saturday, especially tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be a beautiful day with lower humidity, very comfortable conditions, and looking really good with highs just in the mid-80s. Saturday is going to be in the upper 80s, but still a pretty nice day. And Sunday is going to have upper 80s again, but once again, only a small chance of rain there. So we have a really nice weekend ahead once we kick Francine out and we can clear things out and we can have some really nice weather in the coming days, guys.
is now 4:52 on our Thursday morning. Thanks for joining us here on Good Day Gulf Coast. This morning, we are still seeing the impacts from Francine.
New video this morning from Jefferson Parish in Louisiana.
So take a look at this. We see more flooding in the streets. We've been getting the video in from Louisiana. A lot of the area looking like this where the storm moved through. Very high water, and we are seeing some flooding across the area. We are keeping an eye on this. This is in Louisiana again, but we're keeping an eye on some of our local areas to see if we have any issues this morning. And we're going to check in with our meteorologist to see how things are shaping up across our area. One of the places we're watching this morning especially is the causeway.
Yeah, that's exactly right, guys. We've been keeping an eye on the causeway. Like we figured, there's been water in the road. We have high tide coming up actually a little bit later on this morning. Until we get past that high tide, we're going to have to probably see that road continue to be shut down. So we do have it shut down at the moment. Here's what things look right now with Tropical Storm Francine. Dry air has wrapped into the system. It's really blown it apart. So if you're just waking up with this right now, yeah, it does not look very healthy here on the satellite imagery because it is not a healthy storm. It is starting to really fall apart. Winds of 45 miles an hour, moving off to the northeast at 12 miles an hour. So it's barely a tropical storm at this point. It has been losing its steam, so to speak, in the last few hours. And here's why. You can very clearly see this dry air that's getting pulled into the system. Of course, that dry air is going to help us out and give us actually a pretty decent day here for a Thursday. It's going to work out to be a nice day, because we're going to get rid of this rain, at least the heaviest of the rain, pretty soon. We still do have a pretty good band that is now rolling through the panhandle, and you can certainly see that there. Heavy rain falling in Fort Walton Beach and around Navarre. This is the heaviest of the rain that we have with this band. But once this band pulls out of our viewing area, there's far less rain around, just so there's some spotty showers otherwise. But really heavy over here on Santa Rosa Island, Fort Walton Beach. You're getting very heavy rain here on Eglin. And as we go back over here towards Mobile, some light spotty showers. There's a sort of a broken up band that's here across this area. You can see some light rain here across West Mobile, Saraland, Chunchula, Gulf Crest, Citronelle. You're getting a pretty decent rain shower right now. It's same deal up here around Clark and Oliveri. We're getting some heavy rain here as well in that one lingering band. So what's going to look like the rest of the day? Pretty quiet. Once we get that main band out here in just a couple of hours, or maybe even less than that, we'll be looking at clearing conditions here across a good bit of the area. Winds out of the south. I'm feeling pretty comfortable, actually. It'll be a little breezy, obviously, through the day, but the breezes even are going to be coming on down. And, you know, a spotty shower is still going to happen as it wraps around itself, but these are all going to be very light, very quick-moving little showers that won't really amount to much, but they could impact things if you're going out to the South Alabama game or going to one of the high school football games. You could run into a quick passing shower, but they'll be fairly light. Temperatures will be a mid-80s day. Like I said, it'll be a comfortable day. Mid-80s with these breezy winds. That's not a bad day for us at all in September, so enjoy it. Here's the South Alabama game. Yeah, they're playing tonight. Why not? I mean, it's going to be really good weather. We're going to keep some rain chances in for now. But once again, any showers that happen will be pretty light and pretty fast moving. It shouldn't be a big deal. And with the breeze and the temperatures being fairly comfortable, it's going to be a nice night to head out to a football game there at Bragg Mitchell. You'll get a nice breeze up there in the stands. Here's how the forecast looks over the next week and next 7 days. And yeah, it looks pretty good for Friday and Saturday, so enjoy that. Even Sunday looks pretty good as well. So we got a really nice weekend coming up. I would say we deserve it. We got rid of the storm here, and we'll be looking at much nicer conditions as we head into your upcoming weekend. We'll be right back here on Good Day Gulf Coast. Hey there, folks. I'm meteorologist Matt Barentine. Of course, we are tracking Francine as a storm that is quickly losing steam. Still has a lot of rain with it, but most of the heaviest stuff is now kind of wrapped around its center over in Mississippi. We're getting some banding that's coming on through, but the worst of the bands is pushing out of our viewing area, so we only have really some light banding going on across our area. So things are going to be improving fairly rapidly for us. Dry air has really wrapped itself into the system, and that's what's been sort of blowing it apart. Once again, though, we still do have a pretty heavy band though going in our Florida Panhandle counties in Santa Rosa, Okaloosa County. Pretty stout band coming on through with very heavy rain down around Fort Walton Beach. Up into our inland areas, Monroeville, Thomasville, Grove Hill, you're getting some spotty rain out there right now. In and around Mobile, we do have another little band. You can see that there. That's working its way quickly on through, and there's some more banding back to the west, but these are all very light. They're not as heavy as those earlier bands that we had, so we're just looking at some quickly passing rain. 45 miles an hour. That's where we're at right now with Tropical Storm Francine. So it has weakened considerably, moving to the northeast at 12 miles an hour. And so it's still moving along at a decent pace, which is good. We want to just get it out of here. This is what's been killing the storm. Dry air being pulled into it. And you can see that's happening right now across our area, and that's going to lead to, the storm continuing to fall apart, which is expected, but it's happened fairly rapidly, even more rapidly than what was thought originally. So that's good news, though. We want to get this thing done and get it out of here. Here's what it looks like on the Futurecast. The last band goes through in the next few hours, at least the last heavy band goes through. And then the rest of the morning looks pretty quiet. We'll have a few passing showers here and there, but for the most part, it's going to be a nice day. We'll even see the clouds breaking up at points, and then that'll allow for that sun to come out, and with the breezy conditions and drier conditions, it's going to actually feel pretty nice out there for a Thursday. It's going to turn out to be a pretty good day, but we do still have a few things that we've got to get through. I'm meteorologist Matt Barentine. Meteorologist Nicholas Urboso is here working here on the team effort with Tropical Storm Francine, and he's got some updates on some of the other issues that we're working through.
Yes, if you actually have the Fox 10 weather app, you've gotten the rundown on what we've been tracking. We had threats that included a rainfall threat, which is now significantly diminished, a flooding threat, I should say, which is now significantly diminished, which is great. A tornado threat, which is now diminishing, which is great. We have a storm surge threat, which is still present. We've seen some rather notable coastal flooding already occurring, and that'll continue over the next hour or so. I think peaking around 6 to 7 a.m. Thankfully, wind has not been as much of an issue, but we do still have some breezy conditions out there, and dangerous rip currents, which is one of the biggest focus out there. Is going to be one of the most visual things today. If you head down to the beaches, you will see just how rough the surf is. So with the coastal flooding threat, the breezy conditions, the rain showers that Matt was mentioning that'll be around, if you do get any good weather photos today, if you happen to be down by the water and see the water level rise, head down to places like the Fairhope Pier. If you're near Point Clear, we could see some flooding there. If you're down by Ballybatra and Codan, if you're at the beaches and you see the rough surf, we want to see what that looks like. That is our window to the world. So if you can, head to the Fox 10 weather app and submit your pictures and videos. We're going to try to get some of those on air this morning so we can tell you what is going on out there. And just another note, I want to mention the Fox 10 News app. We don't always mention it, but we do have traffic available, our traffic tracker on the Fox 10 News app, and working to get that link on the Fox 10 weather app as well. And you can see some of the closures on the causeway that we're tracking at this time. Causeway has definitely been becoming a bit of an issue. We're going to be keeping an eye on it all morning. We'll have the updates with team coverage as we track what is left of Francine.
Nicholas and Matt, thank you and good morning. Thanks so much for watching Fox 10 News. Good day, Gulf Coast, on this Thursday morning. Today is September the 12th. I'm Sarah Wall.
And I'm Eric Reynolds. Good Thursday morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us here on Good Day Gulf Coast.
We are taking a look at the damage left behind by now Tropical Storm Francine up and down the Gulf Coast.
Louisiana was hit by Francine as a Category 2 storm with winds up to 100 miles per hour.
In the Terrebonne Parish in southeastern Louisiana area, power is out to more than 1,000 people. And at this time, there is a flash flood warning for multiple parts of Louisiana with storm surges expected to reach 10 feet.
To add to the concerns, tornadoes are possible in the New Orleans and Baton Rouge areas. President Biden has already approved an emergency declaration to help secure federal resources, and the Louisiana National Guard is ready to deploy for search and rescue missions if needed.
Straight into our newsroom this morning, look at this video. It's going to show you here a building collapsing under the pressure of Francine's winds. The storm tore through the corrugated metal building that houses a business, and it also knocked down a brick wall in Houma, Louisiana.
My alarm company called me and they told me like 8 sensors went off in the ceiling at one time. So I kind of figured if it happened one time that the roof probably went. It's a 30,000 square foot building, a lot of roof, and I felt like, sometimes the smallest storms do the worst damage.
The owner of the building says it survived Hurricane Ida 3 years ago.
Meantime, Dauphin Island also felt the impact from Francine. There was on again and off again light rain, gusty winds, and rough surf throughout the day, but some actually took advantage of the weather.
Maybe I'll go knee deep. We'll see what happens, but I don't think I'm going to get in trouble. I'm not going to go too far. That's about all I got.
But it's impressive.
It very
it's pretty
is.
impressive.
It very is
Yeah.
impressive.
They're pretty
We
good
haven't
waves.
seen this kind of wave since we got here. We got here, 4 days ago?
Yeah.
We haven't seen anything like this, so it's very exciting.
Heavy rainfall is expected today in some places, with the coastal areas possibly getting 4 to 7 inches of rain, while the inland areas are expecting some 2 to 4 inches.
We have an update on school closings in our area. Chickasaw City Schools will be closed today. Mobile County Public Schools also closed today. Saraland City Schools and Baldwin County Public Schools will be open today. Clark County Schools also will be open, so will Escambia County, Alabama schools. Catholic schools in Mobile and Baldwin counties will be open as scheduled today as well. Now, you can find a list of all the closings on our website at fox10tv.com. You'll see an orange banner at the top of the website. You can click it and the list will appear.
Now would be a good time to download our Fox 10 News weather app. It's in the Apple app and the Google Play stores. Sign up for weather alerts, check out our video forecast and live radar, and you can also customize notifications by clicking on the menu bar, choosing settings, and then swiping on the Fox 10 alerts. It is your best tool to keep up with our ever-changing weather in the Fox 10 News viewing area.
It is now 5:06. We are continuing to monitor traffic conditions this morning as we are watching Francine move out. However, we're not finished feeling the impacts. We are keeping an eye on the causeway this morning. You can see there are some flashing lights there. We are looking at some areas that have some high water already. The exit ramps to the causeway are closed this morning. You cannot go that direction. Right now, the Bayway open, but look at all the water on the roads. Y'all be really careful if you're heading out and about early this morning. It's hard to see if there's anything down from trees or any other damage from the storm, and roadways are wet. So we'll continue to talk about that. But we are tracking the storm as it's moving out, right guys?
Yeah, it is moving out, so things are improving. Kids going to school today, and why not? It's looking like a pretty decent day. Here is Chloe Fawcett. She is helping us out with our Jack's bus stop forecast here on this Thursday morning. We still have some rain left over here early on, so you might need a poncho for a brief amount of time here this morning. By this afternoon, though, it'll just be breezy and nice with those temperatures in the 80s. Thank you so much, Chloe, for helping us out on our Jack's bus stop forecast. across our area have been pretty minimal with this system. It has really fallen apart as dry air has been wrapped into it, and that's what's sort of blown it apart, particularly across our area. I mean, it's still raining pretty heavily across the central parts of Mississippi, but across our area, things are really broken apart. It still has winds of 45 miles an hour. It's moving to the northeast at around 12 miles an hour, and you can see it's just about to cross into South Mississippi over there, at least the center of it is, but it'll keep working its way off to the north and east. Here's that dry air. Boy, it is showing up so well here, and that is just cutting off the waterworks here with the storm on the southern end of it. It's just tearing it apart, and here's that dry air. You can really see how it's impacted our area by basically once again cutting off the rain. Now there's still some rain happening. You have a pretty decent band still happening over around Fort Walton Beach, but then the other subsequent bands that are wrapping around are much lighter. The only other one that's even somewhat significant is this one that's just passing through Citronelle right now. So we got Fort Walton Beach, you got some heavy rain going right now up towards Niceville and Valparaiso. Destin, you're getting some heavy rain, but look how it breaks up just off to the west of there. So we'll see some clearing pretty soon there. It won't take very long. The good news is, too, a lot of this moves fairly quickly. Eastern Shore, Daphne, you're getting some light rain up through Spanish Fort, up through Gravine Island, back up towards Satsuma and Saraland as well. And in and around Mobile, things are pretty quiet. We've only got some small showers out around the airport. Heaviest rain that we're getting over here is going to be around headed towards Mount Vernon. So this is working its way towards Chastang and Mount Vernon. And then we got the rest of this rain over here in parts of Greene County. So we got rain still happening. It'll continue to happen over the next couple of hours. That main band will push out pretty quickly. And then after that, it's going to be pretty quiet the rest of the day. Yeah, there could be some spotty light showers here and there, but for the most part, it's going to be a quiet day, a nice day. We'll see some sunshine. We'll have the breezes out there. Things will be improving rather rapidly. Now, as the rain cuts off pretty quickly, it'll be more of a gradual thing with the winds that we're dealing with here across the area. Meteorologist Nicholas Herboso has been keeping a close eye on that. Nick?
Thank you very much, Matt. And yes, we have been tracking that, of course. In fact, I'm looking at some of the wind observations this morning as this stuff is getting out of here, and we're seeing improvements. I have it on max 2 right now. Right now, winds out of the southwest at 17 miles per hour in Mobile, out of the east at 10 miles per hour in Fairhope, 9 in Gulf Shores. There it is full screen so you can see it. What about wind gusts right now? Not reported in Mobile, 16 in Fairhope and in Gulf Shores. How about 30 though in Pensacola? So right now we're kind of at our top for wind, but this will be gradually going down as we mentioned throughout the day. However, we are keeping southerly wind, therefore we're still getting this onshore push of water. We do still have some minor coastal flooding that we're dealing with, and more significant coastal flooding near the causeway. So if you're right on the coast, I know you're experiencing this. Also South Mobile County, we've seen some issues there. We actually have a coastal flood advisory for our Florida Panhandle counties as well. Couple things to keep in mind there. Also, believe it or not, in these rain bands, we've been tracking the possibility of some rotation. Now, here's the good news. It hasn't happened, and we're not expecting it really to happen over the next little bit. But somehow, we are still holding on to a tornado watch for portions of our area. So if you see on your phone that you says, oh, we're under a tornado watch, we still are under it because we're still watching these bands. But right now, our concern, our threat level is extremely, extremely low. And our rainfall threat seems to be going down as well. We have been removed from the flood watch. So that's what we're tracking right now. But Matt, we're going to see improving conditions over the next few days. Isn't that right?
Oh, yeah. It's going to be really nice heading into this weekend. So if you've been kind of putting things off, been getting ready for the storm, hadn't really thought about what you're going to be doing for the weekend, go ahead and start thinking about it. It's going to be a good one here for us upcoming. It's going to be warm enough to sort of enjoy outdoor activities, but not too hot to where things are too rough out there with the heat. So we're looking pretty good. Friday is going to be beautiful. I mean, the lower humidity, temperatures in the mid 80s. It's going to be a really nice day. A little hotter on Saturday and Sunday, but all in all, still pretty nice for both days of the weekend. And then we'll have some scattered showers returning early next week as we sort of get back into normal weather at the beginning of next week, I guess we'll call it. But that's what we're looking at over the next 7 days. We are looking pretty good here across the area. We'll have more details coming up here on Good Day Gulf Coast.
The age when life, money, and the future start to feel real. I'm Jerry Willis with the Fox Business Network. More coming up.
All right, when you got landfalling tropical systems, this is one of the threats that we have to watch out for. And believe it or not, we do have a tornado warning now for Okaloosa County. This will go through 5:45 here this morning, so it's a fairly quick thing, but we anticipate these being fairly quick. What's happened is we've got some rotation here on the back end of this squall that's going to be crossing Highway 98 and headed in towards Eglin. So once again, this is going to be for the southern part of Okaloosa County. Here's Fort Walton Beach, so the western side of Fort Walton Beach is included in all this, and we can see the rotation right through here on the velocity imagery, right through there, basically right on top of Fort Walton Beach. So essentially, when you have a landfalling tropical system, you've got a lot of turbulence going on in the atmosphere, and that turbulence can create spins, and that's what we have here in Fort Walton Beach right now. We do have, once again, a tornado warning. Nick's got us zoomed in down here around Santa Rosa Boulevard. Of course, here's Highway 98, and here's where we're seeing the circulation. There it is, showing up very well here. So you can see the greens and reds together. That's showing the circulation that's prompted this warning. Nick is also looking at some of the different products to try to see if there's any debris or anything showing up. But this is just now coming onshore. This was offshore coming onshore. It's not a water spout. This is a tornado that gets wrapped into these bands that roll around a tropical system. This is one of the main threats that we do watch out for, and it was one of the things that we were talking about before the storm ever hit, that it would be a threat because we're on the right-hand side of the storm. That's where these things tend to happen. Nick's got the pathway out here. The good news is once we can get it past 98, we'll be out over Eglin, which is obviously a lot of trees, a lot of woods out there. So want to get it past the homes here first. Dick, if we could, let's zoom right on down to Highway 98 where this where we're looking at right now with this circulation. So possible tornado. Once again, tornado warning. This is Okaloosa County. This is Highway 98 between Mary Esther and Fort Walton Beach. Red Horse Road, Tully Street, Cruz Avenue, Westwood Apartments, Skylark Road. If you're hearing your road and you're anywhere here in southern Okaloosa County along Highway 98, you need to be in shelter. Get away from the windows. Let this thing pass on by. We have a tornado warning showing up right here right on top of Highway 98 here in southern Okaloosa County. We got it zoomed down to the street level here. Nick's taken off the radar so we can see the map very well. Of course, we've got Santa Rosa Island over here, got the sound, and then we got Highway 98. And of course, this is the main road through. Now, if we go north of Red Horse Road, we're out into Eglin Air Force Base. Once again, just a bunch of trees for the most part. So we need to get it off here. Of course, Hurlburt Field's right over here as well, and we can get it across the highway and out of the neighborhoods. That would be good to get it out of there. It is moving fairly quickly. The speeds here, Nick, what are the speeds of this storm right now?
So it looks like it was moving north at 30 miles per hour based on the text of the warning there. And a couple this is all looks like Hurlburt Field places, okay. This is going to be moving into a more rural part as it moves up into Eglin. So that is a good thing. It does really look like that was a really impressive signature that we did briefly have a water spout that moved over there near those communities along 98 there. This is about to be moving into a very forested area though of Eglin Air Force Base. Do you want to mention it, Matt? I mean, you can see that too. There's some strong wind over Wright, Florida and Niceville right now.
Yeah, so obviously this is part of a squall band, a band that's wrapped around Tropical Storm Francine. It's our last really strong band of rain. And once it pulls on through, we're pretty much done with any significant weather out of this system. So this is the last sort of hoorah of Tropical Storm Francine in our area. It's produced a tornado warning here in Okaloosa County, and we can see that little spot right there showing up in the velocity image where it came out from the water and from the Gulf. It was with this squall and now has moved on to Highway 98 and Hurlburt Field, and it's about to head out over the trees of Okaloosa County where the Eglin Air Force Base is at. But you can see the box is still You know, parts of Fort Walton Beach are included in this, but the good news is the circulation that we're seeing is not in town. It's going to be going through the Hurlburt Field area and then out into the woods. So it is not in town, which is good news. It's more over here. We can see right there a little bit of a notch in the reflectivity on the radar right through there. And look at that, that's exactly where the velocity shows that possible tornado. So once again, this is near Highway 98. That's Windhaven, that's Fort Walton Beach, right in the Hurlburt Field area, and it's tracking northward very rapidly. And as it tracks northward, and these tend to be quick when they do happen, and it looks like we're already starting to lose this one, which wouldn't surprise me as it heads out into Eglin Air Force Base. They only have it rolling through 5:45, the warning till 5:45. They know that these things are typically fairly quick and short-lived. They don't really last all that long. They spin up quickly and they spin down quickly. Once again, we're keeping an eye right through here. That's right on top of Hurlburt Field, isn't it?
Yes, I'm actually looking at some of the high-resolution mapping myself just on the side here.
Yeah.
So this is, I have to look at the road name here, Cody Avenue, which essentially leads you right in there.
Yeah.
That is where this thing went. I'll zoom into it on the radar and we can kind of look and see where this thing tracked. This definitely was a strong rotation there. And you can see where, I'm pointing out, I mean, these pixels right next to each other, that's about as good of a water spout signature as you get. And it looks like whatever happened here, this thing tracked over, this is Broadway Drive. Now, this is an older picture. This is already past you. I'm just going back and saying, okay, where did this thing go? Broadway Drive, Box Street, is that? Weaver Avenue, and then Red Horse Road. So places very near Hurlburt Field there. And if I do this again, I'm actually going to take the transparency down on this so you can kind of see the locations that this is. And it looks like we just had a water spout that crossed through. Thankfully, though, when it crossed Santa Rosa Boulevard, there's nothing there. So this was the only thing that was impacted, and now it does seem that is going to be moving into a very rural. In fact, you can see it on the satellite picture. This is Eglin. This is all forested area. All forested area that is out there right now. So not a concern there at this time, but that's what we have right now. We do still have this tornado warning that has been issued. It continues until 45, if I'm correct, right? Also, I do want to mention, though, strong winds with this thing associated as well. That's an impressive little velocity signature over Wright, Florida that we're seeing as well.
Yeah, that stretch of Santa Rosa Island between Fort Walton and Navarre is part of Gulf Island National Seashore, so there is no homes there, so that is good news. And then as it gets here along Highway 98, this is about the narrowest point it could have crossed with the fewer homes, but there are some there is base housing there around Hurlburt Field that could have been impacted by this, and now we're trying to pick it out. It's getting hard to find now. We still do have some strong winds in here, but it's getting really hard to pick out the signature of anything that could still be a tornado. It looks pretty broad through here, but it's still possible we could be getting some rotations through in and around the right area. But it doesn't look like we have anything that's, it's hard to pick out at this point. So this is, as I expected, these things are going to spin up quickly and they're going to spin down quickly. And more could spin up within this same band of rain. This is a squall line that is still in Okaloosa County with some very heavy rain. This is the last of the main squall lines that are going to be working their way through our area. We'll have other showers, but this is the last main squall line. We got some strong winds in here as well, right on the back edge of that rain. You can see that right there. Those are some very strong winds. So even if we don't have anything on the ground here, we're getting some strong straight line winds, probably 50, 60 miles an hour at least, maybe even higher than that here on the north side of Fort Walton up around Wright. If we could actually zoom in a little bit here, Nick, let's go ahead and zoom in right about there because we're getting some very strong winds. That's going to be, once again, pushing past the residential area and moving up into Eglin here before long. But those are some very strong winds that we are seeing here north of Wright. It's passing north quickly, though. This is going to be once again out into Eglin, and you can see those winds. Like I pretty much picked it out. About 60 miles per hour is what we're looking at here with the wind speeds going into Eglin. So this could easily knock down some trees. It could cause some power issues here. So we could be still once again dealing with some issues. Now, this is Part of having a tropical system. We haven't seen a whole lot of this with it so far, but this one squall line here seems to have produced a possible tornado that went over Santa Rosa Island, went over Highway 98, went into the Hurlburt Field area, but it is really winding down now and is heading out into the main part of Eglin Air Force Base, where there's once again mostly just trees. So that is good news. Once again, let's take a look at the all the rain that we got going on. We'll widen the picture just a little bit.
And Matt, I will mention we have just gotten the notification that tornado warning has just been canceled. That circulation is no longer out.
So yes, it was that quick, and if we get more of these, that's what's going to happen. They're going to pop up quick and they're going to spin down quickly. So we are out of danger for the moment right now in Okaloosa County. You do not have a warning anymore, but you still do have very strong winds in this squall line, over 60 miles per hour. So that still could cause some real issues here. So please stay inside for a bit. Let this last squall line pass. It won't be too long before it does. It's going to be working its way in and out of the area in the next hour or so. So we'll get that one done. And then after that, once we get that main squall line, there's all the rest of the stuff. There's still some rain, but nothing that shows any severe chances or anything really all that significant. So that's the last of the heavier showers and storms. Of course, we'll keep you updated on all this, and we'll keep letting you know what's happening here with the latest on Tropical Storm Francine. I'm meteorologist Matt Barentine alongside meteorologist Nicholas Herbosa. I'll be right back here on Good Day Gulf Coast. Yeah, we get one last hurrah for the storm, and it's mainly this last major band that is over in Okaloosa County at this point. Once it pulls out of Okaloosa County, it'll pull out of our viewing area, and we're done with any strong or severe weather here across the area. We'll still have some spotty showers here and there, but the main thing is what's happened here with Francine is dry air has been wrapped into the system, and that's really tearing it apart, and it's just been focused on the dry air. It's really been focused on our area, starting to pull it apart. You can see there's still some heavy rain up here in central Mississippi with it, but the back end of all this through Louisiana now, southern Mississippi, and now through our area, much more broken up, less rain around here with the storm. Winds are still 45 miles an hour, so it's still technically a tropical storm at the moment, moving to the northeast at 12. Here's some of those heavier rain bands and some heavy rain. Looks like we have another tornado warning over here in the Apalachicola area. So once again, we've got to continue to watch these outer bands. And what happens is there's just a lot of turbulence in the atmosphere. Think about if you're in a tub or pool, you take your hand, you go like that through the water, and those little spins come off in the water. That vorticity, we call it. That's what happens in these landfalling hurricanes. And on the right-hand side, we get a lot of turbulence in these bands, and that creates these quick, generally weaker spin-up tornadoes. Now, obviously, even a weak tornado can do a lot of damage if it goes right over your house. So that's why it's still very important to keep an eye on these outer bands that we're seeing right now. Well, the heaviest one is in Okaloosa County. Like I said, it's almost pulled out of our area. And once it does, our threat will be over. And we'll still have some rain. There's still some showers here and there across the area. Mobile, Eastern Shore right now, all getting some light rain. These are quick moving passing showers. So we'll continue to get a few of these here through the rest of the morning. But you can also see how broken up it is with some good pauses in between where we're getting a chance to dry out a bit. So here's the futurecast, shows things moving right along. You see Mobile, Baldwin County looking pretty good. Here's the last of that main line over in Okaloosa County, and then after that's done, it's done, and we'll actually even get some breaks in the clouds out there, improving conditions. It'll be breezy throughout the day, but even the breezes begin to come down and settle out as the day goes along. So once again, quick improvements here for us across the area. We'll have a lot more on this as we go through the morning.
All right, Matt, thanks so much. It is now 5:36, and we are continuing to check across our area for any issues following Francine.
Let's check in now this morning with Fox News' Stephen Moody. Stephen, good morning. And what are you seeing of the impact of Francine there in southern Mobile County?
Hey guys, yeah, I am live this morning here in Bayou La Battery near Shellboat Road, and just across the bridge for people who are familiar with this area. And if you have the Fox 10 weather app, which is free, you guys can tell that we're still under a tropical storm warning here until around noon. And just going to show you what we're looking at now. We're actually in the parking lot, and you can just see just the standing water there that's coming up, and thankfully it hasn't gotten to the roadways yet, but this is actually just what we're looking at here right now. And when you're talking about a tropical storm warning, you're talking about the threat of wind, you're talking about just the threat of storm surge as well. But thankfully here the winds have been calm at this point. I had a chance to go on Facebook Live with meteorologist Nicholas Urboso earlier this morning, and he spoke about the rain. Now, we have had some rain here, but thankfully that hasn't been an issue either. Everything is looking pretty good here right now, which is way better than we anticipated. We always want good weather when it comes to these things, and at this point this is all we're seeing right now, just that standing water. I'm actually going to zoom out here just to show you. You see some of the boats there in the background. They're fine. You can see the trees moving because of that wind out there, and that's just been steady. Now, if we were talking about the wind that we saw yesterday on Dauphin Island, those trees would be blowing a lot faster than what you see right now. This is just what we're looking at now. We're going to continue to follow along with conditions, and you can follow along with us. I mentioned that free Fox 10 Storm Tracker app. It's free on Apple and Android. You get live, up-to-date radars. You get a chance to look at exactly what I'm looking at now, which is that warning right now for your area. Now, we're going to continue to follow along with conditions here. We're going to take off here in our Storm Tracker vehicle, and then when we find anything, whether it be debris in the roadway, rain, and just inland flooding, we'll be sure to bring that to you in our next update. I'll have more coming up in a few, but for now, reporting live this morning here in Bayou La Battery, Stephen Moody, Fox 10 News.
All right, Stephen, thank you so much for that live report. Stephen makes a very good point. As the sun comes up, we will see potentially more debris in the road, so y'all be very careful out there. Wet roads, lots of wind could cause some problems as you're driving. It is now 5:39 on our Thursday morning, and we're taking a live look outside this morning at the Fairhope Pier. Keeping an eye on, like we've been talking about, potential flooding, windy conditions still across the area. Our meteorologist just tracking a tornado warning, so this storm is on its way out, but y'all still need to be careful this morning. Everybody stay safe. It's 5:39.
Good morning, guys. I am on Highway 90 right now in the parking lot of R&R Seafood, and I'm going to flip the camera so that you all can get a look at what I'm seeing. Please ignore the droplets of rain over the camera right now. It's a little hard to move it, but look at the parking lot. Right across from me is Felix's, and you all can see the parking lot is literally completely flooded. I can't see little to anything. It's one of several restaurants that is flooded right now in this area. I'm trying to like pan it so that you guys can get a better view of just how flooded it is. Several other restaurants, including Ed's Seafood Shack and other restaurants, are also flooded right now. As you all mentioned, the causeway is one area that floods a lot during severe weather, and as a result of that, the coastal flooding has caused the Bankhead Tunnel to close. So for drivers heading in this direction, you can take several detours, including I-10 or the Bayway. We took the Bayway to get where we are right now, and the commute across was not that bad. Just keep in mind, as I mentioned, that there are several other areas, including the parking lot of Felix and several other restaurants that are flooded right now. And we will continue monitoring the conditions over in this area this morning, so stay tuned for more on that. But for now, back to y'all.
All right, let's check in with our Eastern Shore Toyota dog walking forecast. Yeah, you get the dog out today. It's actually going to be a pretty nice day to go for a walk after we get rid of some of these last showers here this morning. So it'll just be windy. Rocco's not going to mind the wind. Get Rocco out for a good walk here this morning. He is looking fantastic, little Rocco. Temperatures will be in the 80s this afternoon. It's going to end up being a pretty nice day. That is your Eastern Shore Toyota dog walking forecast. Of course, a whole lot more on what we're dealing with Tropical Storm Francine straight ahead. All right, here is a live look here at Orange Beach. You can see actually some breaks in the clouds, but look how fast those clouds move. That is neat. With the tropical system, you can clearly see how fast those clouds are moving from south to north with Tropical Storm Francine. Hey, if you're just waking up with us, I'm meteorologist Matt Barrington. I'm all doing team coverage here with meteorologist Nicholas Herboso this morning as we continue to track Tropical Storm Francine. Dry air has wrapped into the system, so it has basically blown it apart. Now, it doesn't mean all of the threats are over with it, but a lot of them are, and things are getting better here for us across the area. The main thing we're going to keep an eye on is this last band. We just got a tornado warning not too long ago out of that one in Okaloosa County. It has that's been dropped, but we'll have to continue to watch the case to see any more comes out of that. Winds of 45 miles an hour moving to the northeast at 12 miles an hour with Tropical Storm Francine. You can see the center of circulation. It's basically about to cross over into Mississippi there from Louisiana. Dry air. This is what's been breaking this system apart. A lot of dry air is getting wrapped into it. And as you would imagine, a tropical system does not fare well with a bunch of dry air being wrapped into it. So it's what's blowing it apart and starting to weaken it. And you can see across our area means less rain, while still raining very heavily across much of Mississippi. That's closer to the center of the circulation. Things are much more broken apart here across our area, but we're still getting some rain. Like I said, that last heavy band over here in Okaloosa County is the one to watch out for. We could see some more issues out of it, but the rest of the area is just getting some light banding here with some light rain. And you can see all this moves very quickly, and there's less of it out here. That's what's important. And on the southern end of all this. So we're going to get through this over the next couple of hours, and things are going to get really pretty quiet through the rest of the day. Once again, here's the heaviest rain band is over in Okaloosa County. Heavy rain in around Crestview, Miramar Beach, up towards Niceville. Fort Walton Beach, you're starting to see a bit of improvements here. Looking up towards Crestview, you're getting some heavy rain in this squall right now. Once again, we'll be keeping an eye on that one for some stronger weather. But for the rest of the area, you can see things are just a couple spotty showers in and around Robertsdale, Loxley. Mobile's pretty quiet. There's some general light sprinkles here and there, but not a whole lot going on. Up here north of Satsuma, you're getting some rain. Stockton, you're getting some rain. And this is part of another band that's working its way through McIntosh, Hawthorne, Wagerville, up towards Chatham, and then a smaller, weaker band over here around Leakesville and Clark here at the moment. So we got a few bands that are left, but once those last couple of bands pull out, that's 8:15. Look at this. Things are really getting much, much quieter. In fact, even showing some breaks in the clouds where we'll see some sunshine trying to peek on through. We'll have clouds mixed in with all that, but we'll see some sunshine. And as we get later in the day, we can get some of this kind of return flow here, where we'll get some quick, spotty showers, but those will all be very light and very quick. They'll move through very quickly. They won't amount to a whole lot. Tonight, of course, South Alabama plays at Bragg Mitchell. We got some high school football games here around 6:30, and conditions will be much improved by that point. So it looks like actually a pretty good night to go to a football game. Here's the next 10 hours. You can see the temperatures will be in the mid-80s. We'll have those breezes here throughout the day. The breezes will get less and less as the day goes along. Here's that football forecast. I mentioned it, so we got to show it here, right? South Alabama got Northwestern State coming on into town. The Demons, yeah. We got temperatures in the 80s at the beginning of the game, but then in the 70s as the game goes along. And once again, any rain that falls will be very light and very quick passing, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Here's your 7-day outlook. Yeah, it looks really good tomorrow, Friday and Saturday. Lots of sunshine, nice conditions. It'll be a little humid, but all in all, it'll be pretty nice as we head into the upcoming weekend. So make your plans. If you've kind of been putting things off as you've been kind of working through all this tropical storm Francine stuff, well, we got improving conditions for the upcoming weekend. So start making plans, start thinking about what you want to do. We're going to have nice weather here in the coming days.
All right, Matt, thank you. Love to see the nice weather in the coming days. In the meantime, y'all, some things we are still watching for this morning and for today. I have pulled up our Fox 10 weather app, which is, as we know, a great resource for all things related to what's happening outside. It's still listing right here, right off the top of our screen. I just pulled this up, so these are still the watches and warnings that are in effect. Now, on a morning like this, we are very concerned about what's happening with traffic. A new feature on our weather app is this link to traffic. So you click on that and then you get more, and look what pops up. The traffic map pops up so you can see where there are any issues. And we've been talking a lot this morning already about what's happening on the causeway. Those entrance ramps to the causeway are closed as there is some high water across our area. So keeping an eye on that, and it's right there all in one place for you on our free Fox 10 weather app. Now, our meteorologists were just tracking a tornado warning, so we want to bring up the radar, right? See how things are shaping up. Once again, this gives you a great look. You can stay close. You can zoom in. That tornado warning was over in Okaloosa County, so you can slide around and see different parts of the area. You can also put it into motion, and it takes you forward, so you can see just how quickly this will be moving out. Lots of very good information here on our free Fox 10 weather app. It is 5:53. We'll be right back here on Good Day Gulf Coast, taking a live look outside this morning, and we are continuing to see some high water working around the causeway. So this is the parking lot at Felix's Fish Camp. Y'all, that water looks like it's moving. It looks like it's got some waves in it. So high water already in the parking lots of restaurants there along the causeway. We're definitely keeping an eye on this. High tide expected around 6:30, so we could see some more issues there on the causeway. We'll let you know, and you may want to consider the Bayway if you're heading this direction this morning. Again, it's 5:53, and we will be right back. Good morning, and thanks so much for choosing Good Day Gulf Coast on this Thursday morning. Today is September the 12th. I'm Sarah Wall.
And I'm Eric Reynolds. Good Thursday morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us here on Good Day Gulf Coast. Well, we're checking in first this morning with meteorologist Matt Barentine and Nicholas Raboso. They're both here this morning for a look at today's weather, sort of the aftermath of Francine. Good morning, guys.
Yeah, good morning, guys. We are looking at, of course, Francine, winds of 45 miles an hour, still a tropical storm, but it has been struggling here overnight because it had dry air that has gotten wrapped into the system, and that is really helping us out. In fact, things are going to be turning out much nicer today than what we originally anticipated because of how much dry air is gotten wrapped into. We expected some of this, but boy, it is really tearing this storm apart very quickly, which is once again going to help us out. We still do have some rain. We still have a pretty stout band that is going through Okaloosa County. Then we got some other lighter bands that are going through the rest of the area. And the one that we have to really keep an eye on is going to be this one over here in Okaloosa County. We did have a tornado warning with this one a little bit earlier. That has been expired, so we don't have one right now. But we'll have to keep an eye right here on this band. It's going through Okaloosa County, about to enter Walton County. Well, it is in parts of Walton County right now over in the Panhandle. But once it pulls out of Okaloosa County, pulls out of our viewing area, and our area will basically be done with anything significant. Now, we'll still have some weather. Obviously, there's still going to be some rain around. These will be quick passing showers. Most of them will be fairly light, little quick passing squalls is what we'll call them. They won't amount to a whole lot, but they'll be there. So we'll still have some going in and around Mobile for a little bit, in and around Baldwin County for a little bit, and in and around our counties over in Mississippi for a bit. But here's how quickly things will change. As we get to around 9 a.m., now look at this, things are pretty quiet at that point, and then we get to lunchtime and there's only an isolated shower or two, and we're even seeing some breaks in the clouds. Turns out to be actually a pretty nice day here for us on our Thursday with these breezes. Now even the breezes will be coming down, but it'll stay breezy throughout the day, so it'll make things feel pretty comfortable outside. Here are 5, 6 o'clock, still going to be pretty quiet. Only a small chance of some quick passing light showers, and that is it. So we'll be basically done with like I said, anything significant. The winds will even be coming on down. It'll be breezy throughout the day, but the breezes will get less and less as the day goes along. So we're seeing a lot of improvements. Like meteorologist Matt Barentine, doing team coverage with meteorologist Nicholas Raboso. Nicholas has been keeping an eye on some of the different issues that we're still facing. Nick, what do we have going on out there right now?
Well, one issue that I am really focused on here is the issues at the beaches because we're seeing rough surf. An early look at one of our live cameras, you can see how water has pushed up as we have had some coastal flooding issues here. Actually seeing some pools developing there as the rough surf continues. This has been an incredible beach forecast that we've been looking at. Look at offshore right now. Winds are 25 miles per hour, gusting to 29. Waves at 10.5 feet, and that is going to be the story for today. That beach forecast has the surf at 7 to 10 feet with a high risk of rip currents. Of course, you do not want to get in waves 7 to 10 feet. Do not be silly. Please do not get in the water today. Tomorrow, we keep a high risk of rip currents. Now, it's not 7 to 10 feet. We go to 2 to 3, and then we go 1 foot low on Saturday. That will be improving conditions. It would take some time for the water to calm down, but it will calm down. Here it is over the next 5 days, a rip current risk forecast. We keep it high all the way through Saturday, Sunday. We go low with improving conditions, and Monday as well. Speaking of improving conditions, we've been talking about the onshore flow and coastal flooding. I do want to take a look at the traffic situation right now. So there you are. You're looking at the camera on the Bayway. Bayway is absolutely fine this morning, but I do want to mention a couple issues. If you are coming off of the Bankhead Tunnel, meaning I'm leaving Mobile and heading out towards the eastern shore, I cannot get onto the causeway. That ramp to get you on the causeway is closed. You're going to be forced to go onto Interstate 10. We also have both ramps that if you want to get off of Interstate 10 and get onto the causeway in the middle of the causeway, exit 30, You cannot do that as well. We have water issues down there. You saw how high the water was at the beaches. We also have high water going on at the causeway. We always have that with a tropical system. So those are the two areas that we're watching right now. We're going to keep you updated on traffic conditions throughout the morning as we continue to track Tropical Storm Francine. Sarah?
Nick, thank you. It is right now 6:06, and we are continuing to check out our area for any possible issues following Francine.
Well, let's get an update this morning from Fox 10 News' Stephen Moody. Stephen is live in Biola Battery. Good morning, Stephen.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, that's right. And it didn't take long. I just spoke to you guys less than 20 minutes ago from Showboat Road here in Biola Battery, and we're already starting to see that water over the road. I'm going to flip this camera around just to show you what we're looking at here. And you can just see this is in the roadway. For people familiar with this area, this is right near the boat launch. And just to give you an idea of where this is, I'm going to go ahead and zoom in so you can see just the impact. We've seen a few cars try to go over this area and successfully make it over. The key to this is taking it slow. You can still see the lines in the road, so it's not that deep. But of course, the advice is always, if you ever see standing water or inland flooding, turn around, don't drown. Now you can see the water goes all the way down there towards the boat ramp. So this is going to be an issue as people start waking up and trying to go to their destinations. This is what they're going to have to deal with here. And this is just what we've been seeing here. This has been the biggest issue so far here in Biola Battery. Of course, there's always the threat of rain, there's always the threat of the wind, but this has just been the biggest issue, the flooding right now. So we've had a chance to sit here for a little bit, and thankfully there hasn't been any major issues to report here at this time. No roads have been closed in our area just yet, but that's something that we're going to continue to pay attention to as the sun comes up. Another thing that we're going to pay attention to as the sun starts to rise here is we see a truck that's passing through the water. You can see here just that water just splashing everywhere. If you're going to be driving through water like this, is please take it slow, take your time, take it easy. The last thing you need is to get stuck or just to be stranded in standing water. But just mentioning once again what we're looking for as the sun rises, they're going to be looking at debris from overnight, from the wind blowing branches and other things from the area just into the roadways. That's what we're going to be looking for. We're also going to be paying attention to the commute. We're going to see how people's commutes are affected if they plan on going to work, if they are going to the store. Those are going to be the things that we look at now. But thankfully right now, this is the only thing we're dealing with. Once again, no major issues with rain, no major issues with wind, just ponding and just some water over the roadways right now. You can keep up with the conditions in your area by downloading the free Fox 10 weather app. It's free on your Apple and Android app stores, and it gives you radars and live updates on everything Francine and everything in your area as we get closer to the weekend. And we're going to have another update here this morning in our next hour of Good Day Gulf Coast. But for now, reporting live here in Biola Battery, Stephen Moody, Fox 10 News.
All right, Stephen, thank you. And Stephen, talking about people having to go places this morning, we do have an update for you on school closings in our area. Chickasaw City schools will be closed today. Mobile County Public Schools will also be closed today. They'll be back to normal tomorrow. Right now, Saraland schools, Baldwin County Public Schools open today. Clark County schools also open today, along with the Escambia County, Alabama schools. Catholic schools in Mobile and Baldwin counties will be open today as well on the regular schedule. You can find a full list of closings on our website. Just go to fox10tv.com. You see that orange banner there at the top of the screen on the website. You can click it and the list will appear. And if you haven't already, now would be a good time to download our Fox 10 News weather app. It's in the Apple app and Google Play stores. You can sign up for weather alerts, check out our video forecasts and live radar. It's a great tool to keep up with our ever-changing weather. It's free, and it includes all things weather-related. School closings are on there as well.
And take a look at this about 50 miles west of Mobile. Video from our sister station there in Biloxi. You can see some of wind damage from Francine. Look at that tree toppled over vehicles, the roadway, as well as just barely missing the corner of that house. So definitely some strong winds. I think they came in Category 2, so over 100 miles per hour, causing some serious issues there. We'll, of course, see more today as the sun does come up here this morning after 6:30 roughly to get an idea of what happened in other parts of Biloxi, as well as those coastal areas there closer to Francine, where it made landfall, being there in coastal Mississippi. So we'll bring you more of that. Also, storm surge in Gulfport, Mississippi, a little further west of Biloxi during the tropical storm. Heavy rains and winds there. Look at the water coming in. They said that some of these tables there, in fact, you see one on the far left there, a picnic table. It's about 3.5 feet high off of the ground, so it gives you a good idea of that water level, nearly 3 feet high there coming in. The storm surge there in the Gulfport area. We'll see more of that today as we get a look when the sun does come up this morning. Well, we're also seeing more of Francine's raft along the Gulf Coast, including Biloxi and Gulfport.
So taking a look now at video from the cameras at the Cocoa Marina. This is one that we've been watching, or were watching yesterday. We knew that this area might be an area that would see some of this. We've got gusty winds and floodwaters. The Hurricane Francine made landfall nearby. This is the video that Eric was just talking about as well, where you could see that picnic table, and it really shows it's a good reference point for how high the water was.
Indeed, you can see they were telling us about 3.5 feet high, and here you can barely see the warehouse over on your right-hand side due to the wind and blowing the rain. Another look there at that scene. You can see the areas there out off of the water, and of course all this was land and now covered completely by the storm surge coming in due to Francine.
We are going to continue to take a look at the damage across the area, and we're still seeing some impacts this morning. Some areas are actually seeing some water rising this morning. Matt, something keeping an eye on too is the high tide, right, and how it could be affecting the causeway this morning.
Yeah, we'll definitely be keeping a very close eye on that. First off, though, I got to get you your Jack's bus stop forecast. Today we got Chloe helping us out, Chloe Fawcett, and she is ready in case there's still a few little showers left around here this morning. Things are really quieting down, though, as Tropical Storm Francine falls apart. We'll have more details on all that coming up here in a few minutes right here on Good Day Gulf Coast. How rough the surf is this morning with Tropical Storm Francine. So, obviously do not get in the water. Even walking on the beach right now will be problematic because there's not a whole lot of beach there. So be very careful if you're going to be out and about this morning. Of course, we are dealing with Tropical Storm Francine. If you're just waking up with us, a meteorologist, Matt Barrington. I got meteorologist Nicholas Herboso also working with me this morning. This storm has gotten torn apart by dry air that's been wrapped into the system. That's why if you're looking out the window or you're just waking up like, I don't hear any rain on the roof, this is why, because we've seen this thing really get torn apart by these dry conditions that have been wrapped into it. Winds now 45 miles an hour, moving to the northeast at 12. And really what we're dealing with is going to be about the last bit of it. You can really see, look how much dry air just being pulled into the system. And of course, as you would imagine, a tropical system doesn't do well with dry air being wrapped into it. It tears it apart. So it's just blowing up right now. The main area that we're having to keep a close eye on here at the moment is just this last band. There's this one last pretty strong band that's right now been in Okaloosa County, passing over into Walton County. There's still some, every once in a while, we're looking at some spins happening inside those. So we'll have to keep an eye on that for a bit. But for the rest of the area, these other little bands that are going through are light showers for the most part, and they're moving through fairly quickly. And that's going to be wrapping things up as far as any significant weather is concerned for us. Here's that heavy rain band, like I said, in and around Niceville right now, down towards Destin, and this is the last bit of it. Once it pulls out of Okaloosa County and into Walton County, it'll be kind of pulling out of our area. So still, though, dealing with some heavy rain there in and around Niceville, in and around Destin, across Talkatahatchee Bay. Crestview, you still got some showers here going for you, some heavy rain at times. But then there's these other little bands that are fairly light. So what we're seeing across Mobile and Fairhope, Daphne, fairly light stuff there. In and around Latham, Chastain, Mount Vernon, getting some light rain. And once again, this band that's up here around Wagerville, McIntosh, Hawthorne, this is all pulling on through. The last little band is over here, about to pass into Fruitdale and Vinegar Bend. So here's the futurecast. Yeah, this doesn't look bad at all. We even see some breaks in the clouds showing up on the futurecast, so that would be nice to see some sunshine, but not very much left in the way of rain. It does show a few little quick sprinkles that are possible in this later on today, but once again, anything significant will be long, long gone. So as you make your plans the rest of the day, conditions will be improving. Get to work, get to school. Things are basically going to end up being kind of a normal day for us, just be a bit breezy throughout much of it here for us. But we still have a few other issues that we're keeping an eye on. Of course, I'm alongside meteorologist Nicholas Herboso, and he's been keeping a very close eye on these wind conditions and some of these surf conditions that we've seen here across the area. Nick?
Yes, it's been rather impressive, especially offshore. So I want to give you an update on what's happening. Look at the wind direction right now. That has indications to everything. Winds onshore right now. We're seeing coastal flooding in many spots out there. Winds out of the south at 10 in Gulf Shores, Fairhope, 17 in Mobile. And then at the beaches, we have a high surf warning that has been issued for waves of 7 to 10 feet. Let's look at some of these offshore reports right now. 15 nautical miles south of Orange Beach, 9.8 feet for the waves there. Wind south at 22, 27 miles per hour. This is well south of Dauphin Island. This is 63 nautical miles south of Dauphin Island, way out there. Waves also around 10 feet. We'll keep these southwesterly winds around 25 to 30 knots all the way through the day until we get to the evening, where we get around 20 to 25 knots, and seas will start to come down more around 7 feet there. At the beaches today, 7 to 10 feet for that surf. That is incredible stuff there. We keep a high rip current risk for tomorrow. Please keep that in mind. It's not until Saturday where we relax the surf and get to a low risk of rip currents. One footnote here. Tornadoes. A tornado watch. We've been talking about the tornado threat. We had a tornado warning earlier in Okaloosa County. We have a new tornado watch that has been issued. It is only for the eastern half of our area. So your Monroe, Conecuh, Escambia County, Alabama, Escambia, Santa Rosa, Okaloosa County. This is going to be continuing technically until 1 p.m. However, it's likely that we will see this thing dropped for some of our counties a little bit sooner as these bands pass through and the weather conditions improve. Right, Matt?
Yeah, we're basically watching that last band going through Okaloosa County right now. Once that's out, I'm not really all that concerned for severe weather through the rest of the day. And then we're looking at really nice conditions tomorrow, then for the upcoming weekend. So go ahead and make your plans. Things look good. It'll be hot, or maybe not hot. It'll be warm, we'll call it. For us, this isn't really so hot anymore. Mid to upper 80s. It'll be a little bit humid though, so we'll have heat index values in the mid 90s as we go into the weekend. So it might feel a little warm, but all in all, not too bad. And you can see rain chances staying low. And then as we head into next week, we sort of get back to normal for this time of year with the hot and humid conditions and scattered showers and thunderstorms. But it looks really good for the upcoming weekend. So we get through this mess this morning. Big improvements over the next several days.
Thanks, Matt. Our time now 6:21, and Pensacola Beach may not have taken a direct hit from Francine, but the impacts from the storm could be felt from several hundred miles away. With red flags flying for most of the day, some swimmers, they had mixed feelings about trying their luck out in the Gulf. But soon after Francine made landfall in Louisiana, the lifeguards made the switch to double red flags, and they started telling folks to get out of the water. Now, as a reminder, as long as double red flags are flying, it means that the water is closed to swimmers. But surfers, you are allowed in the water in Pensacola Beach as long as you are tethered to your board.
Spring Hill Toyota is proud to sponsor today's Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic of which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Oh, Drew, you did.
Good Thursday morning, everyone. Thanks for choosing Good Day Gulf Coast. It is September 12th. I'm Eric Reynolds.
And I'm Sarah Wall. Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. We are checking in first this morning with meteorologist Matt Barentine and Nicholas Urboso for the latest on today's forecast, which includes Francine and how that is impacting us this morning. Earlier, about an hour and a half ago, y'all had a tornado warning.
Yeah, thankfully we don't have any up at the moment. We do still have a tornado watch for parts of the Florida Panhandle and the eastern parts of our viewing area, but the threat is extremely low in our area at this point. The last main squall line is pulling out. Right now we got winds of 45 miles per hour with Francine, and it's moving off to the northeast at 12 here for us as we go where it's moving at this moment. Radar wise, yeah, we got some rain still, but we have a lot of dry air that's been wrapped into the system. That's what, if you're waking up right now and you're wondering, where's all this rain at? Dry air has really just blown this thing apart, which is great news. I'm not going to complain about it. Doubt you will either. We'll get this last of the heavy rain really just now moving out of our viewing area over into Walton County from Okaloosa County. You can see this little red box here. They do have a tornado warning over there in Walton County. It's just outside of our viewing area. Then you can see things are much quieter behind that. There is some rain still happening. We do have some of these rain bands, but these are much lighter rain bands and they're quick movers. So got some quick light showers for the rest of us here across the area. Chatham, Jackson, you're getting some decent rain right now up towards Coffeyville and Thomasville as well. So Futurecast shows the last of this moving out. We'll actually even see some breaks in the clouds here as we go through the day. It does show every once in a while a quick passing shower, but these won't mount to much. But they, you get one of those. So few raindrops and moves on fairly quickly. But look at all the breaks in the clouds. We'll see some sunshine out there. Thursday today will turn out to be a pretty nice day here for us. So a lot better than it could have been. We anticipated by at least the second half of the day things would be pretty good today, but even the first half of the day is not looking too bad now because of all this dry air that's getting wrapped in. We still have gray skies in Pensacola. You're still going to have to deal with some off and on showers here throughout the next couple of hours, but then after that things look really good and we're going to be a pretty nice day. Temperatures heating up into the low 80s here by lunchtime. Now, we're not through with every issue from Tropical Storm Francine. Meteorologist Nicholas Urboso is joining me on team coverage here this morning, and he's got some more details on the high water that we have in and around the area.
Yeah, it's high water in many ways, and all thanks to the onshore wind that is continuing in our area. So right now at Mobile Regional, it's 17 miles per hour. In fact, I want to go through some of these observations real quick. Gulf Shores, south-southwest at 14 miles per hour for your wind. Pensacola International Airport, east-southeast at 14 miles per hour. Let's look at Mobile. Mobile Regional, again, south-southeast at 17. And then south at 11 at Mobile Downtown Airport. This is a live look right now at the causeway from our battleship camera. What we have noticed is that there's no traffic going eastbound. That has now been a closure in between exit 30 and once you get towards the Bankhead Tunnel. So that is closed. You cannot go eastbound. We were talking about this. You're not going to be able to use parts of the causeway this morning. We are seeing that as we're at high tide at this very moment right now. There's a look at one of those algo cameras. You can see why it is closed there. That is near the ramp there on exit 30, right in the middle of the bayway, and water has now gotten over that wall. This happens all the time during that. We continue with a coastal flood warning that has been issued for our area. Significant coastal flooding is occurring, and not only that, we have intense surf at the beaches. So if you're down at the beaches, waves of 7 to 10 feet. A lot of things that we're tracking, especially dealing with our coastlines.
All right, Nick, thank you. It is now 6:36, and as mentioned, we're seeing some issues. Nicholas just talked about that along the causeway this morning with that view from one of our cameras.
So let's get a closer look at the situation out there this morning with Fox News' Anaya Spragues. She is there this morning, and Anaya, exactly what are you seeing where you are along the causeway?
Yeah, good morning, guys. As you all can tell, the rain has picked up within the past hour and the wind as well. And I'm going to step out of the way so you all can get a better view. As the sun is rising this morning, we're able to see a lot clearer right now. As you all take a closer look, you can see that the parking lot of Felix's right across from R&R Seafood Restaurant is completely submerged in water. That black car, I'm not sure if they're trying to get in the parking lot, but you all can clearly see that they are not able to even get in the parking lot. Felix's is one of several restaurants along the causeway that is flooded right now. Now, along the causeway, you all see cars are still able to get by. Crews are out here right now monitoring road conditions, ensuring that everybody is safe along the roadway as they pass by. You all heard Nick mention that high tide is peaking right now. That means the potential for more flooding along the causeway is possible this morning. However, as he mentioned, road conditions are expected to improve. As far as how it feels out here, it's a bit humid, and as I mentioned, it's very windy out here. So if you're headed this way, please drive carefully, drive slowly. As mentioned, flooding is a major issue out here right now. Stay tuned for more on the road conditions in this area. But for now, reporting live in Mobile County, Anaya Spraggs, Fox 10 News.
All right, Anaya, thank you for that update. A lot of people using the causeway usually in the morning, so keep all of this in mind this morning for your commute. Take the Bayway. If you haven't already, now would be a good time to download our Fox 10 News weather app. It's in the Apple app and Google Play stores. Sign up for weather alerts. Check out our video forecasts and live radar. This is a free app and really one of the best tools to keep up with our ever-changing weather. It is right now 6:38 on this Thursday morning. Thanks for joining us right here on Good Day Gulf Coast. We'll be right back.
fact, new video this morning coming in from Jefferson Parish in Louisiana.
Take a look. What we see here is flooding across the area, flooding across the streets, water rolling like waves across some of those streets in the Jefferson Parish area in Louisiana. Of course, the storm made landfall as a Category 2 yesterday, bringing with it strong winds over 100 miles per hour and lots of rain, and the storm surge was an issue as well. And we are going to see how things are shaping up now as the storm is on its way out, and it's been downgraded to a tropical depression, Matt.
Yep, that's right. Francine is a tropical storm no more. It is a tropical depression. Here is a live look from Eastern Shore camera looking out there across Mobile, and we are looking at those gray clouds, but improving conditions here across our area. Here it is. Latest numbers just came in for the 7 a.m. update on Francine, now a tropical depression, so they downgraded it. Winds at 35 miles an hour, still moving to the north-northeast at around 12 miles an hour. So it's basically kind of working its way up through central Mississippi right now. There's still some rain bands wrapping around it, but our biggest rain band just about to move out of our viewing area, which is good news. And then the rest of the rain bands here are pretty light. So we're doing good. And the reason why we're doing good, this water vapor loop, I'm showing you the dry air. And it's really easy to pick out the dry air. This has just torn this system apart much quicker than what we were anticipating. We thought we'd probably still have some rain around here this morning, but it just really has torn it apart. I mean, there is still some rain around, but not like what we could have had because of that dry air really getting pumped into the system and really tearing it apart. But hey, good news. We're going to get this thing done and get it out of here fairly quickly. Now, we still do have some rain falling. You see, there's a band here across the middle part of our area. The heaviest band now, though, is moving over past Fort Walton Beach and over into Walton County. So Walton County is out of our viewing area, so you can see the bulk of the heavy rain now moving out of our viewing area. Still have some rain in and around Niceville here on the east side of town. And then as we head up towards Crestview here up 85, you still have some light to moderate rain falling across town. And then there's this other band. This is the other band that's going through Pensacola right now. You're getting some showers up around Pine Forest and 9 Mile, Cantonment, Molino, all getting some steady rain with this last and final band. And there's a weaker band here back over through Baldwin County, Stapleton, back down through Loxley, and then you go westward and there's really not much else out there. So we're going to get through this and then we'll be done with the last of the rain in the next hour or two, at least the last of the significant rain. We'll have some sprinkles here and there through the rest of the day, but our Thursday will turn out to be actually a pretty nice day. We'll have some breaks in the clouds from time to time. And now the model is showing some showers trying to reform later on this afternoon. A lot of those, because of the dry air, may not even get down to the ground, so it might just be a quick sprinkle or two, and that's about it. So we're not going to be looking at much through the rest of the day. Afternoon planner shows that it's just going to be cloudy conditions with some breaks of sunshine. Temperatures in the mid-80s out there throughout the day. That's not bad. And, of course, we'll have the breezy conditions as well. So it actually ends up being a pretty nice day for Thursday. Now, we're not quite through with every issue just yet with Francine. Meteorologist Nicholas Herboso is here with me as well doing team coverage, and he's keeping a close eye on those wave heights out in the Gulf.
Yeah, Matt, you were talking about it, the wind. It's still there, it's still onshore, and it's still causing some issues. Waves of 7 to 10 feet, a high surf warning has been issued for portions of our area today. I mean, it's serious stuff. Take a look at the live camera right now from Orange Beach. 82 degrees, wind south at 14 sustained, gusting even higher. And you can see all of the waves and how far it is pushed up there. Quite an impressive picture. Take a look at this though. You have sent us some pictures and videos as well of some of the waves. This is Andy Cook at Fort Morgan. This was yesterday, some of the waves moving in. This is before they really moved in this morning. You could see it was already rough then. Look at Dauphin Island. Of course, you'd be dealing with some floodwaters there. Mary Jo Belmont sent this in from Dauphin Island. And then take a look at this one, West End. This was overnight. very, very rough surf was going on, and this was as everything was picking up as we reached a peak of surge issues this morning right at high tide, which is around 6:30 today. The official beach forecast has us maintaining high surf, 7 to 10 feet today. It doesn't go low till Saturday. I want to remind you that you have to be down at the beaches. Don't get in the water, but you can send us some videos of what it looks like down there, or pictures as well. You can do it on the Fox 10 weather app. Please do that. It's our window to the world. We love to see those pictures as our conditions improve. Matt?
All right, I wanted to go ahead and give you some good news here. We got a football game in town at Hancock Whitney Stadium here this evening. Of course, South Alabama's taking on the Northwestern State Demons, and weather should be pretty good. We got some small rain chances in there still, but any of that rain would be extremely light. So don't worry about it. Go to the game, have a good time. It's looking good out there for some football weather. Of course, you've got high school football games too. Looks great for those. Here's what it looks like over the next several days. We can see looking really good for Friday and the upcoming weekend. So that is the good news. And this generally happens after you have a tropical system pass. We generally get some nice weather for a few days, and that's exactly what we expect for Friday and the weekend. So make your plans and enjoy your upcoming weekend. We'll be right back here on Good Day Gulf Coast.
And a good Thursday morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us here on Good Day Gulf Coast. It is September 12th. I'm Eric Reynolds.
And I'm Sarah Wall. Good morning, everyone. Fox 10 meteorologist Matt Barentine and Nicholas Urboso are here with the latest updates on what is happening with what is now Tropical Depression Francine.
Yeah, Francine has weakened as expected, but it's weakened even quicker than expected because it's had dry air get sucked into the system and it's really ripped it apart. So if you're waking up this morning like, wait, where's all this rain at? It's pretty much done. Now we do still have some rain around, but but it's much lighter because of this. This is the dry air I'm talking about. Boy, I mean, it really dragged a lot of dry air into this. So it accelerated its destruction essentially, and it's falling apart very rapidly. Now that said, there's still some rain bands wrapping around this. We had the last of the heaviest rain band though moving out of our viewing area. Now it's moving over towards Panama City. They're still going to see from time to time possibly some tornado warnings as we're getting some circulations going in that last big rain band. But for our area now, we've only got some very weak light banding here across the area. This is it's still raining in spots. We can still see this here around Pensacola up Highway 29. So if you're about to head into work, you've got damp roadways out there, wet roads, and still some active rain falling. Also up here around Jackson, Coffeyville, Grove Hill, you're getting some rain as well, and some more rain back here in and around Mobile, but this is extremely light, and we got some more very light rain that's going to continue to wrap around that center of circulation. So here's the Futurecast. Futurecast even shows some breaks in the clouds and possibly some sunshine by later this morning. That'd be great to see. Certainly we'll see some by the afternoon, and as we go through the afternoon, should be a pretty nice day with the breeze out there. I mean, the breeze right now is pretty gusty out there, but it'll come on down as the day goes along. We'll just have a pleasant breeze by this afternoon, and as we head into the evening hours, we should be in really good shape. So our Thursday is actually going to turn out to be a pretty nice day. Here are the wind speed and gusts. I was just talking about how they're going to come down as the day goes along. You can see the gusts over 20 miles an hour, but then gradually decreasing as we go through the day. So improving conditions, that is really good to say, but we still do have some issues out there. I'm alongside meteorologist Nicholas Urboso today doing team coverage, and Nicholas is keeping an eye on some of the other issues that we're facing with Tropical Depression Francine.
That is very true. We're here on the Fox 10 weather app right now, and in the top section, your home page, your video carousel that's at the top, have a whole bunch of information to look at, including information on the impacts that we are still looking at, some coastal flooding issues, and of course the dangerous surf. We have a morning update that is talking about the flooding that is out there. In fact, you can see the latest on Francine. Also have a way to check school closings and look at the traffic conditions there. If you tap on that, now I do know it says see more and there's no see more. I might actually resend this notification out, and that's the nice thing about this app. If I see something on it, it's really quick for me to hop right in and change things on the app, and you're actually getting direct access of us interacting with y'all through pushing through things through on the app. Traffic is one thing that we are talking about right now, so let's get right to it and talk about what's going on. Max, we're going to be looking at the traffic tracker in a second on Max 2, but take a look at this. This is the Causeway, where we have peak flooding happening right now. This is right near exit 30. This is when you're on the Bayway, you need to get off in the middle. You get off on the Causeway. Well, you can't do that today, especially if you are going towards the eastern shore. You can't even get on the Causeway going towards the eastern shore. It is just not going to work. Because of course there's flooding out there and there's flooding on the roads, and you can see how high the water is. We're at maximum tide right now and maximum onshore flow, so that is why we had the water over the road. It is entirely over that eastbound side there of the Causeway, still causing issues. I will note that if you're trying to get towards Mobile, you're doing just fine. Here's a look at what we see right now. There are two incident areas. If you are getting out of Mobile, getting out of downtown Bankhead Tunnel, if you want to get onto the Causeway, that is not doable. Then this section also, the Causeway, is not operational. That is because, of course, of the water. And we take a look at this. This was the section, so here's Interstate 10. This was the section that was actually flooded, and all of these ramps are closed as well. Here's the good news. We do expect gradual improvements over the next few hours. Hopefully things start to wind down and eventually we will see these things open back up again, but it's going to take some time. So we do still have closures on the causeway and we're monitoring traffic conditions elsewhere. We'll have updates, of course, coming up. Eric.
All right, Nicholas, thank you very much. At 7:05, we also have an update for you on school closings this morning in our area due to, of course, the impacts from Francine. Chickasaw City Schools, they will be closed today. Mobile County Public Schools will also be closed today. Saraland City Schools and Baldwin County Public Schools, they will be open today. Clark County Schools will also be open today, along with the Escambia County, Alabama schools. Also, our Catholic schools in Mobile and Baldwin counties will be open today as scheduled.
While the Gulf Coast has been spared from direct impacts from Hurricane Francine, the now tropical depression system is affecting some local city operations. As for the city of Mobile, all city offices will be closed for all non-essential personnel. Mobile city officials say trash and garbage service will not run today. The makeup day will be on Saturday, September 14th, and the city of Mobile's recycling centers are closed. All Pritchard city offices will be closed today for all non-essential city operations. Regular city operations will resume tomorrow. Also, the Pritchard City Council meeting is being rescheduled for next Thursday. That's September 19th. Pritchard City officials say garbage and trash collection, originally scheduled for Thursday, will be serviced on Friday, and the regular Friday collection will be serviced now on Saturday. For more information, residents are encouraged to contact the City of Pritchard or visit the city's website. You can find a list of closings and schedule changes on our website, fox10tv.com. You'll see an orange banner at the top of the website.
Improving conditions across our area. The nastiest rain band has moved out of our viewing area. It's moving over towards Panama City. So we are seeing improving conditions. We still do have some rain. There's still a few little rain bands here that are tracking on through. But once again, these are lighter rain bands. The winds are lighter. The rain is lighter. The heaviest rain band is now completely into Walton County, which is out of our viewing area. Okaloosa County is seeing some big improvements here. It's still raining pretty heavily over in and around Sandestin and over around 30A. But once again, that's out of our viewing area. Crestview, you're seeing some improvements, only some broken up showers there. We are seeing some rain in and around Pensacola right now. Ferry Pass, you're getting some rain. North side of town getting some rain. Also up around McDavid, Molino, still dealing with some rain. Baldwin County, you got the last of the rain bands working its way on through. And then after that, really not a whole lot else. Here we up around Wagerville, Choctaw Bluff, Blacksher, we're getting some rain, and also continue to see some rain up around Coffeyville. So that's basically the last of the bit of it, the main bit of it. And then once we get to later this morning, we're going to see some clearing here. May even see some breaks in the clouds to get some sunshine. We'll certainly see that by the afternoon. Now the model does want to build in a few more very light rain bands this afternoon, but a lot of that just won't happen or won't reach the ground. I don't expect a whole lot here this afternoon or this evening, so things should be pretty good if you have some plans. Here's your afternoon planner. Temperatures here will be in the 80s, but we're not completely out of the woods. We do still have some things going on around there, around with Tropical Depression Francine. I'm meteorologist Matt Barentine. I'm alongside doing team coverage with meteorologist Nicholas Herboso. Nicholas has some more updates on what's happening out there with Francine.
Yes, I do, and we're taking a look at the conditions out there. Let's take a look at Max 2 and let's just take it full and see what we can do here. So we've been talking about the dry air that's been pushing all of this stuff out of here. That is the big story. However, we did have a tornado watch that was reinstated for the eastern half of our area. Escambia County all the way points east. Escambia County, Alabama points east. Monroe County points east. What they're accounting for is this. See this band that's over Clark County and Baldwin County? They're waiting for that to push all the way through. Could any of these spin? Yes. Is it likely? No. In fact, the only thing that we see that's spinning right now is out of our viewing area in Walton County, where we do have a tornado warning that has been issued. That is over there, and you can kind of see the strong winds associated with this one. This is, once again, to the east of Destin. You have to cross county lines, get into Walton County. So, yes, they do have a tornado watch there. We're going to keep our eyes on things. We see no issues at this time. I will mention, though, our conditions will be improving, but it's still gusty down there. I want to take you some of the hourly planners for wind speed and gusts. Take a look at these numbers. Around 30 miles per hour, Dauphin Island, Gulf Shores, we have 25 to 30 miles per hour for these wind gusts. Then they start to diminish through the day. I even take you down to Fairhope, where we have winds around 20 to 25, 27 miles per hour this morning. Then finally they will start to diminish later on. So that's the big story for us here. We do have some active weather that's still going on, but things will be calming down. Tonight, it's a quiet night ahead for the Gulf Coast. You can see light winds there by 8, 9 o'clock in Fairhope. Improving conditions really over the next few days. I mean, Matt, once we get to Friday, things will be looking much better, won't they? We're talking better conditions, right?
Yeah, certainly a lot better as we head into the upcoming weekend. We got great weather tonight if you want to head out to the football game at Hancock-Whitney. We have really good conditions here for the game there. And looking at Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, really nice week ahead. Now, it'll be a bit humid and a bit warm, but it'll still be a nice weekend ahead. And this typically happens after we've had a tropical system pass by here in September. We tend to get some nice weather in the wake of those and with what we got here for the upcoming weekend. So make your plans, enjoy your weekend. The storm will be long gone and things will be looking a lot better. We'll be right back here on Good Day Gulf Coast.
And we're going to check back.
All right, so here's a live look down at the coastline, of course, from our UNT construction camera down in Orange Beach. And we can see some of the beach now. A little bit earlier, we actually couldn't. Waves were crashing pretty far up the beach, but now things are starting to calm down at least a little bit, but we still have some high water out there. It is now Tropical Depression Francine. It was downgraded a little bit over an hour ago to Tropical Depression. 35-mile-per-hour winds moving to the north-northeast at 12. Dry air has been wrapped into the system. That's why it doesn't look very healthy, because it is not very healthy. It is falling apart. That dry air is really breaking it to pieces, and that dry air is really helped us out. It's really impacted us here throughout the morning by really starting to really break this system apart, and it's been doing that over the last several hours. So that's been good news for us. It's limited the issues that we've had here across the area. There's still some rain, though. We still have some rain bands wrapping around the system, and they are still flowing through the area, but they're really dealing with the last of it. And the worst of it is now east of us, over here into Walton County, headed over towards Panama City. We're seeing a very nasty line of storms there. But for us, we just have some light showers here going across parts of Navarre, through Santa Rosa County, up around Broxton, up around Milton. Further to the north, we have some moderate rain up here around Bruton and Kego. And then as we keep going on up, we have some more rain up here around Grove Hill, Thomasville, Coffeyville. You're still getting some showers up here. Down into Baldwin County, we don't have much left of this, but we also have a pretty decent shower up around Elsinore, a few showers around Foley. Then you head over to Mobile County, all is quiet. And this will be the case across the rest of the area soon, because everything will clear on out here over the next couple of hours. And then we'll have actually a pretty nice day across the area. I mean, we'll even see some breaks in the clouds and see some sunshine. Now, the Futurecast does want to give us a few sprinkles later on. A lot of that won't reach the ground. A lot of that will be just very, very minor, so I'm not too concerned with it, but it'll be out there. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that for you. But improving conditions for most of us, but there are still some trouble spots, and Nick has been keeping a very close eye on those trouble spots throughout the morning. Nick?
Yes, and our big one has been a result of the onshore flow. We've had southerly winds that have continued really ever since the storm moved close to us, and that means we've had weather issues with flooding, coastal flooding to be exact. Let's take a look at Max 2 right now. We have a wind advisory that actually has been issued here, and this wind advisory will continue until 1 p.m. on Thursday for wind gusts that are possibly up to 40 miles per hour. I do want to walk you through this forecast real quickly. This is the one of our forecast models that has done a really good job with this storm overall, and you can see how it relaxes the wind gusts through the day, and by the time we're at this evening, we're almost at nothing. So definitely calming conditions for the day today. You can see that with some of our hourly wind gust forecasts. All the numbers go down, down, down. By 5 p.m. we reduce the gusts to almost nothing, and we have winds that are only around 5 to 10 miles per hour. That is a serious improvement, and that is even down at the beaches. Here's Gulf Shores. Wind gusts could peak around 30 miles per hour all the way through the morning, but then they will be coming down as we go through the day. Yes, we already have sunshine out there. We are seeing improving conditions. Yes, we do still have issues on the roads, though. That is something that we're keeping a very close eye on, and we'll have more updates on that coming up as well. And Matt, good thing right now, though, as we look at this forecast, hey, look at Friday. That's some sunshine.
I know. And this is the good part. Usually when we get a tropical system at this time of year, obviously we got to deal with that mess. But then after it, things generally are pretty nice, and that's exactly the case with this one. It will be a little bit humid over the next couple of days. Doesn't go to like full fall feeling to the air as we head into the weekend, but it's still going to be pretty nice. Only mid-80s tomorrow on your Friday, upper 80s on Saturday and Sunday. Really good weekend ahead, and certainly no real problems. So if you want to go ahead and make some plans, go ahead and do that. And even the conditions in the surf will be improving by the weekend as well. So we should be looking at maybe even some decent beach days over the weekend. So get out and enjoy some nicer weather in the wake of Francine. We'll be right back here on Good Day Gulf Coast, guys.
All right, Matt, thank you very much. 8:16 is our time now, and we are continuing to check across our area for any issues following Francine.
So we're going to check in now with Fox 10's Stephen Moody, who's been traveling around a bit. And Stephen, you've been seeing some flooding in southern Mobile County.
Yeah, hey guys, we've been seeing some flooding, but over here now we've actually traveled a little bit further up from the boat launch where we were before, and we're on Shell Belt Road, where it's not really a lot of flooding here. I'm going to step out of the way and just let you guys see the roadways here. You can see that house that was built very high up for situations just like this with tropical flooding and inland flooding, and they have nothing to worry about. That house is perfectly dry, and that's just the conditions that we've been able to see this morning. Very few showers here and just a little bit of wind, and like Matt and like Nick, like they were talking about, it is really nice out here. That's the good news that we can report. It is really nice out here. The only things that we've had to worry about is flooding in certain areas, but other than that, not really a lot of issues in this area of Biola Battery. I mentioned that we spoke to the mayor about an hour ago, and he told us that they were looking into a lot of things, but at this point, no issues at all, nothing to report from the city's end. Now, in the area that we were at before with that flooding, they did have a barricade up so people couldn't travel down that area. And for people who were commuting down that way, there was a little bit of water in the road on the other side of the street, and they were able to travel through that relatively easily. Now, you see here, we see the boats here, you can see the water. The waves are calm. They're a lot calmer here in Biola Battery than they were yesterday morning in Dauphin Island. If you remember that, it was pretty windy out there, and the water was definitely an issue, especially on the west end of the island. At this point, we're continuing to follow the conditions here in Biola Battery. We've been here since around 5:30 this morning. Me and my photographer Robert, we've been in the storm tracker. We had some shots earlier from inside of the storm tracker, but as the sun rises here today, the only issue that we've seen so far is just some flooding on the roadways, but thankfully no reports of people being stuck, no issues at all with that. We're going to continue to follow along with the conditions here in Mobile County, here in Biola Battery, and you can continue to follow along too. You can see the same information that we're seeing, and you can get the same information. Maybe if you missed a weathercast or a traffic report from our meteorologist, you can follow along with all of that on our Fox 10 weather app. It's free on the Android and Apple app stores, and you can get live radars and up-to-date video and forecasts as well. I'll be back for one more update later on in Good Day Gulf Coast, but for now, reporting live here in Biola Battery, Stephen Moody, Fox 10 News.
All right, Stephen, thank you so much for that live report, keeping us updated. And we're seeing more of Francine's wrath as the storm rolled ashore in Louisiana. This video, y'all, it's cell phone footage, and it shows the moments that a shrimp boat sailed through turbulent waters and high winds. So take a moment if you can and take a look at this. Look at the water. Also, look at all of the things that are sticking up here that likely are not supposed to be in the water. They're supposed to be along the edge of the water, but you can see there as the boat is moving through. Now, Francine made landfall in Louisiana as a Category 2 hurricane, reaching wind speeds of more than 100 miles per hour. So if you're in the middle of that and you're in the water where there is very strong storm surge, very strong winds and rain, this is kind of what you see, and it is a dangerous looking combination there. Hundreds of thousands of people in Louisiana are without power. No reports of any injuries or deaths at this point. And right now, Francine has been downgraded to a tropical depression. It's up around Jackson, Mississippi, where the center of the storm is. But Eric, as we know, we've been continuing to see some of those rain bands moving through our area.
We have indeed, but things are getting better. But here's how it looked yesterday, and it wasn't just the winds causing problems in Louisiana. This is video from North Kenner, that's near New Orleans. You can see streets there flooded, looking more like rivers right here. Also, this is more video of the flooding in the area. This is University City in the Kenner area as well. A reporter at our sister station, WVUE, says that a canal in this area overflowed and the water actually made its way into some homes and cars.
Now would be a good time to download the Fox 10 News weather app. It's in the Apple app and Google Play stores. You can sign up for weather alerts, check out our video forecasts and live radar, and you can customize notifications by clicking on the menu bar settings. You can choose your different settings and then swipe on Fox 10 alerts. It's your best tool really to keep up with the ever-changing weather in our Fox 10 News area. It's free, y'all, and it's a great resource. It is right now 8:21.